So, how about as usual, we do the typical thing that I ask everyone to do is someone please give me a recap, recall what occurred, what happened, what events transpired last game because we were missing our local witch. So, one of
Hello.
you, take it away, please.
Robin, do you want to do it?
Uh,
I watched the video, if that helps.
I
Did you watch the
really
video?
suck at these kinds of things.
Let's do it together. Let's do it together. Um, what happened last time? I think we started when right after the fight with the bandits, after the ambush with the bandits, and in the first part of last session, we thank you for the local memory help. We started to see what we do with the surviving two members of the little band of so-called tax collectors. And we schemed to we made a plan what we'll do with them. First we started with 1 second, what's his name again? Jesk. And the other one was Peps. And we started with Jesk. We did not know his name yet, but we found it out pretty quickly in a sort of bad cop, good cop vibe with Grove shaking him awake and Gilly talking to him. And it was kind of, we were trying to seek some sort of, on the one hand, information, but also what their deal was, like how are they organized and what their role was in this whole thing. And there we found out a bit about the Thorn River Bandits. That's their name. They are led by Cressel, and Haps is a sub-lieutenant of them. That's the other guy who was bound and unconscious somewhere else. And we also listened to a bit of his story that he had. What was it?
I believe his brother died and
Yeah, couldn't find work.
yeah,
So,
something like that, I
yeah.
believe, yeah.
And he didn't seem like the worst of people. So we put him out of earshot and went on to Haps. And with Haps, it wasn't as easy to find out because he was a bit hesitant to tell us anything, owing to his higher ranking in the bandit hierarchy, probably. But he made it clear that he was not a good person. And he was unapologetic about it. He mentioned some sort of possibly even some non-consensual stuff. And on the other front, he was able to give us some information, but he wanted a pardon, basically, to rot in a jail cell in Rostov, right?
Well, he wanted justice by Restov, and well, since we're basically here to root out bandits and also, well, be the justice of Restov, well, we decided to take his deal, and after that, I believe, I'm not sure what her name was again, but
Yeah, Jethro.
Jatol killed him swiftly.
Yeah. We were a bit sneaky about it. We didn't tell him that we were the people sent from Rostov, and it was a sort of loophole. But Jethro was like, "You should not kill him." We apparently we were kind of good, and Jethro has a past with it seemed like she had a lot to yeah. Uh, I'm not getting the word right now, but a lot of baggage in that sense that she helped us basically by executing him. I think Amiri was a bit miffed by that though. And after that, we found out where the bandit camp is. The bandit camp led by Kressel, and we also found the location of the fort of the Stag Lord. That's his name, right?
Stag Lord, sure.
Also, that was a sort of passphrase at the northeast side of the fort. We're not sure if it was honest or anything, but like by the bloody bones of Saint Gilmore, who wants to know, is apparently a passphrase we can use at the door to get in. Maybe it will be changed or anything, but just something to consider. Let's not forget that. And after that, we had a bit of a talk with Oleg and Jesk, and Jesk is supposed to, in a sort of deal, work off his debt to Oleg and Svetlana, and staying behind Amiri and Jathol were to guard them in case he resorted to his former ways, hopefully former ways. And Svetlana told us about the notice board where we had some possible avenues of investigations. Where to go? For example, on the one hand, there was the quest of a giant boar tusk cutter and a person who has tusk cutter as their personal Moby Dick. The main quest of the wanted bandits. And some kobolds who have been riled up by something and have been an annoyance or a problem for the region. Also, Svetlana gave us the quest to get some radishes, some moon radishes, which Oleg likes. And we started exploring from there. We got in a storm and took shelter for a while. And after that, continued exploring, went into the forest to the southwest. And there we found a resting place, camped, and then continued exploring the forest. And Lindsay was the most perceptive and the only one who found some moon radishes. And with that, we were confronted with some kobolds. And apparently their vision is not based on movement, because we kind of stood still, but they still attacked us. And we solved this conflict violently. They were collecting moon radishes.
You did. So, we will pick up today's scene right here, where we have dead kobolds. So everything has been said correctly. Thank you, Gilly. Everyone, quickly go ahead and have your actual hero points set at 1, please. Now, let's get some music playing in here. So, these kobolds were fattened, and you realize because they were consuming these radishes, and they had a couple baskets with them, and they were essentially gorging themselves, and they were almost like in a stupor when they saw all of you. And initially, they were not really hostile, but the moment you kind of moved a little bit forward, they either just took that as an aggressive stance, or they wanted to protect their radishes, or whatever it was, but they did engage and were promptly defeated. Now, We go to today. It is the 3rd of Frost. It is the day after the ambush at Oleg's, and right here trying to find this camp. So, with that being said, what would all of you like to do?
Well, I guess we want to collect moon radishes first.
Let's do something about the corpses first, maybe like get them to the side, see what their deal is, and I would also like to recall knowledge on kobold. Like, what do I know about kobolds? But like after that, definitely collecting.
Tell you what, I was doing open roll. I'm not too worried about it. Go ahead and give me a society would be the general one in this situation, unless you have a specific skill or lore skill that you think might be more suitable.
I have survival, but
Survival's
I do not
probably
have
not going to work.
or nature, but like
Nature's also probably not going to work too much.
yeah. Then I do not know. I'm not going to argue for the religious context.
You
of
can
that.
roll society, but
But-
I'm going to give you just the basic stuff if you're not trained in it.
All right, let's do that.
In your
A two.
case, they're just ugly little things. You know, besides that, you're not quite too sure on just that they can be a nuisance to society.
Can I try it? I'm
Communities.
trained in it.
If you're untrained, go for it. These are basic monsters, so I'm not gonna on a more unknown monster. I might have you actually require the untrained or trained skill, but in this case, this will just be basic information. Although Rifiel is definitely is trained. So Rifiel, you
That's a
know
bad roll.
that that's a decent roll. That's enough to succeed at this check. So, what specifically are you maybe wanted to know, Rifiel? Or just kind of like a generalized thing?
Maybe generalize how they're viewed by the rest of society, but also if they have. I'm wondering if they have anything in specific that they do if they're dead.
So what you do know, other from study, learn about them in other which ways, is that besides being somewhat physically similar to dragons, they do lurk in dark places, tunnels, mines beneath the earth, and they essentially they don't really bury the dead. They kind of just put them in the earth, and then let the earth take it, either from other animals or whatnot. So in this situation, you could bury them, or you can just leave them out in the open. Game or wildlife take them if you so want.
I think if they generally let nature take its course anyway, it's probably just best to lean them up against a tree or something.
Rifiel, where did you come from?
So I would say in this situation, because now Groff's not here, so narratively they're here. They just were in the back doing their own thing or helping
Yeah.
out in their own ways. So Rifiel was always here, just maybe a little bit quiet last couple hours,
Probably recovering from the wounds,
possibly.
from what you have.
Gathering some hoops.
Yeah, right.
And now
Right.
Groff will be doing take care of his wounds.
What was the last thing Rifiel said? Sorry.
I think they generally let nature take its course, so may as well just lean their corpses up against a tree or something.
Yeah, let's take them
Let the
away from
wildlife deal with it.
radishes. Yeah, I like that, but I would not like to eat some cobalt moon radishes in the future. And Gilly starts to drag them away.
I'll help.
Like we are currently on basically the frontier, right? So
Yes.
I think if they have anything valuable, for example, the leather they are wearing, this will probably also will be able to use that. So
And do you know that because Oleg needs to kind of rebuild his stock because the bands have been taking everything, he will essentially buy things to bring to him that he think he could sell.
all right, yeah. I don't think they need the leather though. And Gilly starts cutting like off the leather at the straps or anything, taking it off. Let's put it in there, into the party donkey.
At that point, you might as well take the weapons.
Yeah, that too. So, what did Robin want to do again? Sorry, what did Rabbit want to do again? I always I get them mixed up because of the R at the beginning.
I'm not a pirate, at least. Not yet.
Arr.
But I put a basket of radishes in the party donkey.
And like, are there a lot of radishes in this general area?
So there are, but they're all really small now. All the big ones have been taken and put in the basket. So seemingly the kobolds have kind of done their job for you in a way. They're getting it for themselves, but you can definitely look around if you so want.
Do the tracks lead from anywhere? Like maybe they were mid-transport, potentially?
How about you give me a survival roll?
Sounds pretty fair to me. Survival. Roll.
I would like to help.
Way better. There you go.
You got no idea, Riffield, where these tracks are going. It's just hard terrain.
No.
But Gilly luckily has a bit of a better understanding of the area. Yeah, these tracks are leading. Give me 1 second. I can give you more of an idea of where they're going. Let's see. They're definitely heading to the south, a little bit to the south east.
Do you want to go there?
As in, they were heading southeast and came from the northwest?
Yeah, they're heading towards the northwest. So they came from the southeast.
We could always check if there are any more radishes to be harvested where they got these.
Now, if you still want, you can continue to track these tracks if you want across the terrain. If you can successfully do it.
Like, did we take enough radishes?
You definitely got one full basket, so you do believe, yes, you have enough to satisfy Svetlana.
Alternatively, if these little guys are a problem in the region, then we could always follow the tracks to wherever they were trying to go.
I think it's a good idea to do it while the tracks are kind of fresh, to either get to where they came from or to where they were going. What, and like talking to Rabbit, what do you think?
Well, since there was a quest to deal with the kobolds, I think we should just track them for now and see where they are hiding, at least. And perhaps deal with them if we can.
I think where they were coming from is probably where they would be. Yeah. Could we? I think going
Assuming
into. Yeah.
assuming they had some sort of camp or anything, they would have come from the camp to wherever they gather the radishes, and then we caught them midway back to the camp.
Yeah.
Theoretically, follow these tracks, and we might find where they got the radishes.
Yeah.
If
Where
they
do you
came
think they
from
might
the
be?
southeast, then they were coming from the camp to this place. Since the camp is below the moonradish patch, according to the map.
I put it up a bit because I had it like at the same level as the Thorn River Bandits camp. No, let's follow southeast. I think that's the most logical to find their camp, right? Just have a look from afar. Try to see if they are.
The ones coming from the southeast, the fresher tracks.
The tracks come to and from the southeast. So it seems the kobolds have gone here for specifically this moonradish patch, and then they probably would have gone back. Or they could have possibly been moving towards the northwest and stopped here to eat and food, but then you kind of came upon them and murdered them all, so you can't really tell them. You can't ask them anymore. Was this a stop? Was this a place that they actually go after? But they did protect this quite aggressively.
Maybe moonradishes have a specific property that the kobolds like.
They were either obsessed with the moon radishes and wanted to make sure that they had this basket still, or the patch is somewhere near here.
Yeah, I think it looks like this probably is the patch, right?
You've come across some small bulbs of the radishes once you entered into the Gnarlwoods, but you hadn't come across any large ones until right now that the kobolds themselves were on.
Maybe they know more about it. They do seem to like the tracks are not just their tracks. These are tracks that have been walked on for quite some time. Did I understand that correctly?
That you can't tell. These were just single tracks of 4 kobolds that you did take care of. So you don't either because of time passing, because the terrain. This is wooded land terrain, so there's definitely there's overgrowth all over the place. So whether this was a track that they have used continuously or one time, you're not sure.
Really would like to follow it. If anyone else has some idea, Gilly is also happy with that.
I agree with Gilly. We should follow the tracks and see where they lead.
I'm in agreement. I've already given my 2 copy pieces. If we've got the hunter's support, then I think definitely.
Yeah. Follow the expert. Let's go.
All right. So, in this case, I believe we are going to head on out and follow the tracks. All right.
Sounds like that's the plan.
So all of you get back on horses, you mount them up again, and you start making your way back towards the southeast, following the tracks that Gilly has found. Now, as mentioned before, the terrain here, this is the start of heavy woodland terrain. The ground is very, very loose when it comes to overgrowth of leaves, vines, tree branches that had fallen from the top. The sky is almost none seen by the heavy canopy of trees for the gnarl marshes that you're currently within right now. And you get the occasional drip of water, because it was raining when you did arrive here. It does kind of drop through the leaves. You can smell the humidity in the air, and it's a nice temperature right now. And you all start to make your way towards the southwest. Sorry, southeast. And as you are moving, you're seeing and hearing the sounds of the wildlife, deers, as well as small monkeys hanging in the trees, insects, ants that are kind of going by, doing their own, getting their own food supplies. It's it's a nice little woodland area if it wasn't for this being untamed wilderness. After a few hours, you do get to the edge of the actual wood line, and you find yourselves in the Stone Lands pretty much like right here is where you kind of find yourself. Now, it is 6 o'clock, which means, and I'm gonna at this point, I'm gonna let all of you decide how much you want to do your own actual capping, and I'm not gonna rush anything. You can set your own pace. We'll talk about pacing after the game like that, and we'll get down to a dialed down, good time frame for camping RP, pushing the game forward. I don't want to step in and overstep my own bounds. So with that being said, it is 6 o'clock right now. Would you like to essentially make camp and do some activities, or just go to straight to sleep? We did a little bit last week with everyone except for Rifiel. So this week, this might be a good time just to do it for Rifiel to know how it's actually done fully mechanic-wise.
I think making camp is sowieso making camp is at least better than sleeping on the undergrowth of the forest itself.
All right. Real quick question: did I have everyone have a hotkey for the camping book last week? Because I did change it.
I believe you did.
Okay, so I did change it if I did put it there. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna have you redo it because I did break the thing by doing some stuff. So, everyone, if you had like that little pot of that's for the camping macro, go ahead and delete that if I didn't already from you. And now go back into the macros directory and find the display camping macro and put that on your hotbar, and that will give you the full mechanic of camping. I did some edits, so I had to make a new one. I'm not sure if Rifa was here to see this one.
I watched the video, so I've
Okay.
gotten the gist.
You saw Gilly's attempt to make a meal, and it was super bland.
It wasn't that great.
What hurt most was Lindsay's like
Oh my god.
half-assed attempt to be like, yeah, all right, it's food.
10-4. All right, I got actual ingredients now, so put that in here. All right, we had 10. All right, I'll put the grids back in there. All right, so first thing we got to do is prepare the campsite. Lindsay's walking or on the horseback with you, Gilly. Oh, the sun's starting to get low again, but at least we're outside of the tree cover. Oh, it's nice to be able to see the grasslands in front of us. Oh, those trees are too big for a small one like myself. I'm used to just small little shrubberies and trees I can wrap my hands around, not ones that are... You could stand forward me side by side inside some of these trees. Oh, they're tall. Alright, so for the first one, I need someone to give me the prepare a campsite activity. And while that is being had, the other three of you can determine what you want to do.
So, who would like to do the prepare campsite stuff? It's a survival check, right?
I believe it is a survival check. It is. Make that actually.
Out of curiosity, subsisting would count as hunting and gathering, I assume?
Subsisting, I believe you just get food for yourself. You provide food and shelter for yourself, and that's it. You don't actually partake in, from what I understand, you don't partake in the camping activities.
I was wondering if woodcraft could benefit me at all for any of these checks.
We also have like 10 ingredients and 4 special ingredients still left from last day's hunt that Grolf found.
If you hunt and gather, I'll allow woodcraft to work in this situation because you're still inside woodland terrain.
Okay. That's what I was curious about, because obviously, like, this is one of the
So
core
actually,
rules
I'm gonna allow this
of-
to work with
so-
anything that deals with being inside the woodland terrain. In this situation, a reveal, I'm gonna allow it to work. So doing activities such as preparing campsite, I'll allow here, as well as are the ones that are related to using the woodland terrain around you.
Okay. I can try it. Preparing the campsite. If no one else wants to.
Yeah. Could I aid?
Absolutely. You'll see on step 1, you can aid to prepare the campsite. So as Raphael is going out looking for the way to set the campsite, how are you aiding Gilly?
So as a halfling who does not have that much problem going into the underbrush, mechanically I am not impeded by difficult terrain that has anything to do like with bush roots and bushes and so on. I would probably like to go and help or reveal the much taller person to just like a foxhound to go into parts that are not as easily reached, and maybe we
Okay.
can find.
As you're
something
doing
like
that, Lindsay's Gruff, come over here. You're still bleeding. Go sit down. You see as Lindsay pulls out her pack, starts to get some bandages, and starting to attend to Gruff's wounds. As that's occurring, what about you, Rabbit?
Since there is not much else to do, I also like to aid to prepare it or aid Orifil to prepare the campsite.
Go for it. All right. How are you gonna help out? What are you doing?
Perhaps look around if there are any open spaces around us.
All right. I'll allow you to give me perception or nature. Gilly, what skill do you want to use?
Nature.
Okay. Both of you give me nature rolls, and then we will decide how that helps out Arifiel.
I got survival.
I'm going for perception then, if that's possible.
For you, go for it.
I'll
Nice,
roll
Gilly.
last, I suppose.
That's a plus
What's up with the
one.
nat 16s? Nat 17s. Let's
2
go.
plus 1s. All right, Arifiel. Survival plus 2.
Okay.
Well, I do
It's on the Zen DC.
believe. Let's see.
Let's see what the tiles DC is.
Right.
So that would actually be a failure. But because of Woodcraft, it goes from a failure to a success. Oh, actually, wait, no.
No, I don't think it works that way.
No, it doesn't. Okay, so
No, it doesn't. It bumps critical failure to failure and success to critical success. Not quite.
okay. So in this case, as you set up camp, well, it seems fine. It seems nice. You find a good adequate spot that you're having Gilly and Rabbit help you out acquiring, and you get one that seems adequate. Now we go on to step 2.
I want to make a
Try to
prediction.
make a campfire and suddenly everything is on fire.
Oh, that's
Cause a
brilliant.
wildfire.
I'm kind of I have this disturbed by the monkeys from last time. It's probably the monkeys again.
Or do you want to use a hero point? Or a feel?
I feel like every time I use a hero point, it turns out worse, but
Well, at least If it's a critical failure, it will be a normal failure.
Yeah, I
You
can't
go
get
for
any
it.
worse, really, can I? There you go.
Okay.
There we go.
All right, that is actually a success. So, Bullcraft makes it a critical success. Yeah. So, after finding what you realize is a lot of tinder to start a big fire, maybe a little out of control. You're like, let's go somewhere else. So you move the campsite like 12 feet over to it's a little more adequate. So this is a critical success on the camping activity.
And we have so much fuel for the campfire now. At least we're not sleeping in the fuel.
That is true. All right. So that took a little bit, which means now we go to step 2, camping activities. I'm just going to repeat myself just for myself to get into my head. So now we can do the activities. And these are going to require 2 hours each to do. So if we do one bank of activities for all 3 of you, it will go from 6 to 8 o'clock. But do remember, we have 4 party members. Groff is in this case going to be AFK for the most part. So this will require the group to have a actual rest of 10 hours and 40 minutes. Now, as the camp is set up, Lindsay is attending to Groff and just, okay, oh, this seems more adequate. All right, well, I'm going to help out. Is there anything you want me to specifically do, or do you want me to, she pulls out her lute, to keep up our moods and play a little bit more music?
There's this like tell a campfire story thing that someone with performance could do, right?
Yeah.
With a circumstance bonus. Ooh. Like Gilly would shyly go to Lindsay and ask her, do you maybe have it's been quite a bit since I've been in a tavern of any sort where there's like actual good music. I don't know if it's all right. Maybe we could at the camp like maybe listen to a story from that book of yours.
You want me to tell a story? I can definitely do that.
Okay, maybe I hope it's better than my cooking.
Nothing against you, Gilly, but I think it will be a little bit better. I'll just look at you. You're not really a cook. I mean, if you were a cook, I apologize, but I don't think you ever cook before you became an adventurer. So you're good at what you do, and I'm good at what I do. You're good at protecting people and fighting, not really cooking.
My father was a baker, so kind of
I'll
no,
handle
it's
the cooking
fine.
if you like, but I tend to have a more
But
exotic
there's no
palate,
bread.
shall we say.
There's no bread with that meal. She's starting to get flustered. Like, oh, I was so sorry. She just walks away a little bit. She's tuning her lute.
Gilly would kind of, if it's all right with everyone else, try to hunt and gather, or if that's something that Revit would like to do, it would be fine too. Or maybe each of us could try to hunt something and see. So basically,
I believe only one person can do the same activity at.
Except for I think relax. Anyone can do relax.
Yeah, no 2 PCs may attempt the same activity.
okay.
Except for
Okay.
relax. Relax is one you call it because he's literally just sitting there. So.
I can try taking the cooking.
Do you want to cook their refuel?
Yep, I would need 2 basic
refuel.
ingredients. Though.
Go to the journal section for the cookbook.
Oh,
I'll make it not go free if you want to.
in the journal. Oh, I see it. Basic meals.
Don't we have a recipe already?
Oh.
Like fish on a stick, but special.
We do have an approved fish on the stick. We do.
His favorite meals. Interesting.
All right. If you go to the macro folder, for those of you who want to learn to have this as a macro, you'll find the display cookbook in the macros. I know probably Riffy wants this.
I'm already looking at it.
Yeah.
Also,
So the important one is the favorite meals is important for people. And then you know the basic meal. I didn't have time, so I'll put in the fish on a stick. But you do know fish on a stick right now, as well as the basic meal.
Okay. Comes down to whether we can get some fish, though. I'd imagine.
so like a thing Gilly could do is help someone, like provide aid if someone wants to cook or hunt. I'd be up for that.
I don't think we have to hunt, do we? We still have 10 normal ingredients and 4 special.
What are you wanting to cook, Arifiel? You got fish on a stick, which is going to require, I believe it's still always going to be 2 special ingredients in these cases. If you want to cook a basic meal, that's going to be what it says for the basic meal.
Let's start simple for today. My first cooking
Okay.
check. So let's go for just the basic meal.
Okay. So you need 2, 4, 6, 8. I'm gonna actually in this case I'm gonna include Lindsay. But I won't include Groff. So you will need 8, which you do have. So
We do have enough.
if you look at the party donkey, you'll see the ingredients for special and for normal, and those are for the meal, the basic meal, and for the actual special meals. You'll see the number I have in there, the quantity.
Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. Do I roll
Not yet.
one
We'll do
for
that when we
each
get
of
to
us?
step 3. No, you're gonna
Okay.
roll for one big batch. We'll do that when we actually get to step 3. So while you are getting ready to cook, Lindsay's getting ready for her music, her little bit of a story. What is Gilly? What is Rabbit wanted to do? I believe one of you said you wanted to provide aid.
I might be able to help, maybe a bit spurned by Lindsay, with her telling Gilly that shouldn't cook. Maybe Gilly will help Orifiel cook. Maybe I can learn something. You know?
Maybe you can put a stick in a fish.
Yes. I'll try my best. Like this, right? So like through the fish, just on one part, not through the whole. Okay, I would like to aid.
Okay, so we'll do your role when we get to the cooking, which means now for
Yeah.
Rabbit, what about you? What are you wanting to do?
I think organizing the watch would be a good idea, a good one, I think.
All right,
Just
so
scouting around camp and seeing if what path can be used by the enemies if they try to attack us.
all right, I assume you are. I'm gonna assume you're trained in perception,
I'm an
or you're
in
expert. Yeah, that's what you
perception.
need. All right, do me a favor. Go ahead and give me a perceptions check. I don't believe this is a hidden roll, so go for it. Not bad, not bad. All right, so that is a success on your organized watch. So everyone gets +1 perception checks on their shift in case something does go down. All right, so as all of you are setting up, you're doing your preparations. Now, we're going to go in full mechanics here for the most part, which means we're making noise. As you are maybe talking, making sure everyone knows where to go, pointing out the obvious spots that are going to be potential ambush spots for enemies and whatnot. Alina's getting ready to tell her tunes. In fact, we'll do her story first before we continue forward. So, as Gilly is helping Riffil make a meal, the first time that Riffil's making a meal for the group here, Lindsay starts plinking her song. I starting to smell good, Riffil. And she sits down on a log and starts to play a bit of a tune. And she starts to tell a story. Now, since I'm the NPC in this situation, I'm the player in this situation, what kind of story you want to hear me tell? What kind of story?
Maybe something about the unknown. Something about like the wild places. Being this far from civilization and everything.
I don't really know much about the wild places, but I can. Okay, it's not really gonna be a me. It's gonna be an account from my uncle. When I used to be a baby girl, sitting on his lap, he was also a bard. He was fantastic with the lute, and he was telling stories about how him and his friend went on an adventure. Also in Galt, and they're traveling to the west. I guess to go to another town to talk to his mother. And I remember when they were, I remember he was talking to me with this dear old face, and him and his friend, they found a ring of mushrooms in the forest. And at first they were gonna go pick them for food. Although he got sick a couple times before because he picked some bad mushrooms, but this time he ended up getting a couple mushrooms. And when he picked one up, he was shrunken. Him and his friend were shrunk down to just the size of small toadstool mushrooms. And then out of nowhere, this rat came out from the underbrush and started attacking him. And he was so clear on the description of how the teeth was so large and dripping saliva, the red eyes of this rat kind of staring at my uncle and my uncle's friend. And they tried to fight back with their weapons, but the weapons didn't shrink down, just them and the clothing. So the sword, which was a small little dagger, was now like a giant great sword that was just hanging in the sky. And they couldn't use it, obviously, because it's so much larger than it was like a building size to them. So they said they ran for dear life away from this rat. And they ran through now grass that was impeding their movement. You never think of grass as being dangerous. I mean, who thinks of dangerous grass? But this grass made them so hard to move around. And as they got to they thought was going to be the end of them, as this rat jumped on my uncle, out of nowhere, this fairy came by and just swatted the rat. And then he says he scolded my uncle quite thoroughly for picking up one of their mushrooms. And my uncle said that they also had a bit of a fling, which I'm not sure. I think he might have been embellishing that. But what he always said is, when you're out in the wilderness and you see a grove of green mushrooms or grass, make sure you know what you're doing. I'm not quite sure what that means today, but I've never seen dangerous grass, so yeah. Sorry, Gil, it wasn't really a story about myself, but it always stuck with me. I gotta be honest, when I was a little girl, sometimes when I was going outside, I'd wear 2 pairs of shoes because I didn't want the grass to touch my feet just in case. So I always think about that sometimes. My uncle, he's passed away several years ago, but every now and then I think about going outside and having those 2 shoes I would wear as a child.
In between cooking, Raphael just notes down on a little notebook, "Beware of magic shrooms."
You might have a fling with a fairy. Just that mean.
Oh, let's see how well she told the story. Let's see. Lindsay, what you got? I gotta do a performance roll.
Almost sounds like a story about Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
I got part of the inspiration on top of my head from that. I did. I say she told it quite well.
All right, Lindsay.
Nice.
So, not a quick success, but it's a normal small story from her, a bit of her childhood. So yeah, so anyone that was relaxing, no one was. Let's see. So remember the camp session, allies gain +1 to attack rolls. Okay, cool. So something happens, all you're a little bit bolstered up, a little more, yeah, to go into the stuff. Now I will say, if one of you does a campfire activity, I'll give all of you an extra hero point for those of you that do the campsite activity. All right, so it does require 2 hours of time, and now because of her telling a story, a bit of laughter, a bit of talking, the cooking, there's a chance that a random encounter can trigger. Which I'm gonna roll for right now with my roll dice. Whoa. And nothing shows up. So after about 2 hours, you have that bit of story. So now we determine: do we want to continue? Because now it's 8:28 p.m. Do we want to continue doing campsite activities? We can do up to 4 of them. So we'll get down a batch of 1, so we can do 3 more if we want to, or move on to step 3 and then to resting, because we still have essentially 11 hours of sleeping.
Gilly would be fine for ending it for the evening, but if anyone else wants to do anything, Gilly could. In parallel, do anything else. You guys want to explore, like camping a bit more?
Now,
It
I will
would be
say,
fun with me.
the more activities you do, the easier it is to trigger a random encounter because you're just making more noise, essentially.
I mean, we could use Lindsay's +1 easier, more easily. But like, Gilly would be fine. What's your guys' preference?
Redfield, what do you think?
Okay, I'm good to move on.
What about you, Rabbit?
I'm also good to move on, but I was wondering the learn from a companion. Which does Lindsay have a special or
Lindsay
unique
does
skill
have a
I
special
can
meal.
learn?
She does. And her special skill is, you've already experienced a bit of it, and that is she can bolster the confidence. Her being so upbeat is what allows all of you to have just a sense of everything's going to be good, even on the times of it being dark. This is Lindsay's word. Even when it's dark, even when it seems bleak, you always got to be something to make that spark of fire, the spark of hope. Always be upbeat. Nothing is ever accomplished when you are down or negative. You always got to find a way to become positive. That's how I always live my life, and maybe because I'm a bard, but I always try to find a way. And I've noticed that when your companions, even if one of you is upbeat when everyone's kind of down, it's also going to, almost like a little bit of a wave, it's going to bring everyone else up a little bit extra and give them that little small of extra oomph on what they're doing. So essentially, her ability is bolster confidence. You can learn this if you want to as your own action you can do during camp activity. So every companion has their own activity, and this is a way to learn hers. So she is friendly to you now. Or she's helpful to you.
It might be handy to learn it, I think. So I'd like to do that activity if it's okay with the rest of the group.
Sure.
Okay. So while you're going to be going with Lindsay, Lindsay's going to teach you this. What is a refuel? And Gilly want to do, because it's never now going to the second set of camping activities.
We will roll for the cooking after
Yeah.
our old path.
During stage 3.
Yeah. So essentially, right now, a refuel's done cooking. We just have to flavor it. It was happening right before we actually eat. But now a refuel can do their own other activity if they want to. Cooking's already done.
So I think Gilly would just hunt and gather. Maybe either because Orifio's food was an inspiration, or just so the next time goes better.
Well, also, you do, if you look in the party donkey right now, there's only 10 ingredients, and they're going to use 8 of them just to cook this meal for today. So actually getting supplies ahead of time is not a bad idea.
Yeah, just try it out, see if I find something. And I think it would be some sort of survival or nature check, right?
Hunt and gather, if you click on it, is going to be hunting lore or survival.
All right. Okay.
All right, so we're going ready to set out. Don't roll yet. So you watch as Rabbit and Lindsay are talking with each other. Groff is kind of just laying there, just healing up, just listening to the stories, watching the trees overhead. You watch as Gilly starts to go out to acquire some game because all the food's being cooked by Urfiel. Urfiel, as the food is kind of like just stewing, what are you wanting to do?
I'll provide an extra bit of camouflage to the campsite, maybe.
Okay, so while you're here at the campsite, go ahead and give me a stealth check. I will do it for you. It's a hidden check.
Oh, it's a secret. Okay, yep.
Gotta do it.
Oh no, not the monkeys again.
More monkeys.
At some point, I'll do a recall knowledge on those monkeys. Find out if that's normal monkey behavior. That's normal monkey business.
As you are camouflaged at the campsite, you're taking a bit of foliage and put it on the campsite. You're taking leaves and making it look more camouflaged. You're making the area seem more protected, more natural in the environment, to where there's going to be, if anyone walks by, it's not going to be hidden. It's not going to be seen at all, I should say. Now, while Gilly goes out, I want to see what Rabbit. Well, she's teaching you essentially just ways to always remain healthy, beat. Rabbit, what skill do you need to learn from the companion? A perception check.
I can use a hero point to reroll it, right?
You can if you want to.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
Go for it. It is a failure. You're just not quite getting her stories. Like, well, no. So even when someone makes you like irritated, like this, and she pinches you on the arm to like almost small rip point to make you kind of like, ugh, you got to be happy. Just you got to look past the bad things, the good things. If you see you're kind of upset, well, maybe we'll try again tomorrow. Just let my goodness rub off on you, Reddit. All right, Gilly. You're looking for game. Go ahead and give me a hunting lore or survival check.
Let's try survival.
That, I believe, is a success. So as you go, you tell me, Gilly, what do you find? What do you bring back?
So, maybe against her better judgment, that story about the mushrooms really made Gilly want to find some mushrooms because she really likes them.
Okay.
And just maybe on a decaying tree, fallen tree, there are like these mushrooms growing out of there, and Gilly is pretty sure that they are edible.
We get ready to make some magic mushrooms too.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe like coming back with the armloads full, or like a basket full of mushrooms, Gilly is realizing, oh right, there was a story. I don't know if it's a good idea to. Well, the mushrooms are fine. Let's get in there.
Yeah, we shrunk the party.
Yeah, we shrunk the party. Love it. Yeah.
All right. As well, roll me 1d4, Gilly. You find that much in special ingredients.
1d4.
we got 2 special ingredients. As you're coming back, Gilly, with a basket full of mushrooms, same size, maybe it's the same basket with the moon radishes. As you're coming back, as um, Rabbit is trying to learn from Lindsay, Lindsay's sitting there talking, Groff is kind of laying back, relaxing, and you don't see but you hear. And as you're camouflaging the campsite, reveal, you see a monkey is actually down, poking, taking food out of the pot of food you've been making. And what's your first reaction?
My first reaction. Tanglefoot the monkey.
You know what?
Tangle it.
Wait, sorry, I can't hear what you're saying.
Tanglefoot the monkey.
Okay. As you go to start casting the spell, the monkey goes and like knocks the pot like on the stove a little bit, and then a couple embers from the fire fall on the ground, lights the ground on fire, and quickly spreads. Lindsay gets up, Groff gets up, and as you're coming back to the campsite, Gilly, you see a little bit of smoke as a bunch of disturbances as monkeys maybe the same monkeys from before, up in the tree branches are throwing rocks and branches at Arifio. As Arifio's trying to get the dude from falling over, as Lindsay's putting out the fire, because, Arifio rolled a fantastic 5 on his their skill check.
Nice.
What did I come back to? Like everything's on fire.
Oh, stew with extra monkey. I like it.
It's just like a couple monkey hairs, that's it.
That's a special ingredient.
Alright, let's see. What happens when I have critical failure? Okay, so it's now 10 o'clock. I did put the ingredients in the party donkey, you'll see. Now we'll see if anything pops up, because not only are we doing the second activity, but we also got a critical failure, so there's a bigger chance of something popping up here. Now, so let's find out.
We're about to fight a horde of monkeys.
Everything seems fine.
What big monkeys want you to believe.
So, it is now 10:39 at nighttime, so we got 11 hours. So, what do you want to do?
Very clear it up. Move on to step 3. Or do we continue?
You want to go into midnight with other activities?
Gilly probably wants to eat.
Yeah, it's getting kind of late, and Rabbit is hungry.
All right, step 3. All right, so your special meal. So Gilly, you're helping out. You bring the mushrooms. So Gilly, what skill do you want to use to help out Riffeel as they were preparing their food?
Basic meal we're doing.
Like if there's any sort of help Gilly can give in the more like muscle based, maybe fanning the fire or taking wood and putting it
You
over
want to use
there.
athletics?
Exactly, I want to use athletics.
Go for
my
it.
best skill.
You're making sure. I mean, the terrain is probably a little bit damp from the rain, so a little more effort to keep the fire up. So I definitely probably stoking the fire continuously. Give me an athletics roll.
All right.
If only I had that +1 from Lindsay, but Lindsay wasn't there to do it. All right, so it's now gonna go to. You're trying. It's a little almost good, but not quite there yet. So, for you, Arifeel, as everyone gets their food, and we're getting ready to eat. As they bring up the food to the mouth, Lindsay takes the mood. All right, Gilly, hopefully nothing against you. Hopefully it's a little bit better than it was the night before. And they all take the spoons of food into their mouth. Urfil, give me the survival or cooking lore skill.
Yep, it's gonna be cooking lore.
Yes. Yes.
I do warn that my taste buds tend to be a little more exotic, so I don't know if you'll be quite
So
used to it.
not a critical success, but a success. And yeah, it's definitely better than it was the day before with Gillies. And Lindsay admittedly, oh, Rufio, this is good. This is good. I'm enjoying this. And all of you eat your food in a nice fashion.
Gilly will probably also compliment, but mostly be.
All right. And now we go to. Is there anything anyone wishes to do before we move on to essentially sleeping for the night? While we're essentially around the campfire eating the food.
So we have a +1 status bonus to saving throws.
So if a
So
combat
they
breaks out,
complete-
they'll help out here.
Mhm.
All right. Now we're going to go ahead and go to sleeping situation, and we're going to see if anything does happen during the night.
All right.
What is the watch order? Right. We'll go back
Who's
to
going first?
the landing bay right here. Just to make sure.
Each watch would be 2
So-
hours and 40 minutes. Is that right?
Yep. First one's going to be the top one. So essentially between the four of you, put in order who's going to do what. Grolf is chilling out, sleeping.
Gilly could take first watch. With a warm meal in her belly. She's fine
I'll
with
take
it.
the second then.
Do you want me on the third watch or you want me on last watch?
I'll take third watch. Get a good rest.
So Rabbit, your second watch.
Yeah.
Raphael's third, and Lindsay will be last watch. All right. All of you sat down for the night. Having the food that was quite good. You can still hear the bit of patter of rain against the canopy top. You can see the smoke from the fire, the crackling around you. Quite nice. It's a little bit cold still. We're just in the beginning of spring, and as the fire is getting lower and lower, every now and then Gilly has to go and put some logs on the fire to keep it up, keep the heat up. Gilly,
Yes.
I got something for you. Gilly, how are you keeping watch for first watch?
So, probably on the most wide open side of the camp where there are no trees or anything. Gilly will be sitting with her back to the fire, looking into the darkness and just trying to let her eyes adjust and look out there with sword at the ready. And yeah. So in this map it would probably be somewhere here,
1 second.
looking to the south.
Gilly, move where you think you would be.
Say again, sorry?
Move yourself where you think you would be.
Oh, okay. It's
Ooh.
combat. It's currently not my turn, so I
Oh,
cannot
sorry.
move.
There you go. You can all move now.
Okay. Yeah, I think like a bit outside of the range of like maybe here, looking down,
All right.
away from the. It will probably be here, and just looking to the south and.
I'll probably be the stem right here. All right. As the rest of you are sleeping, Gilly, you are keeping watch, and you notice that the hairs at the back of your neck kind of stand upright. You hear the snapping of a branch that causes you to curiously look about.
Illy will stand up and unsheath her sword, which was laying beside her, and pick up her shield and be ready for anything. Maybe move backwards towards the fire.
So, the question I have for you, Gilly, as you keep in watch, you said you pick up your sword and unsheath it and your shield. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So, as your shield's on the ground, not strapped yet, you go to grab your sword, still in the scabbard, when you definitely feel that something is amiss. Something is definitely wrong here. Everyone, go to the combat tracker, and at a -4, except for Gilly, at -4, give me perception checks for initiative. Gilly, you can give it to me at normal difficulty or normal roll.
Do we also get a bonus for the organized watch or not?
Yes, you do. Sorry, -3. My apologies. -3. Gilly, yeah, 22. I'll do that for you real quick. So update.
Okay.
Ah, fam, I'm enjoying this thing. Ooh, hidden rolls.
Do you see? If you look at the comment tracker, what does it show in the comment tracker? I'm curious.
Question marks.
Just question marks?
For
There are no
For all
question
three
marks for
rolls.
me yet.
I see 3 rolls, but all 3 are just question marks.
But is there anything in the
After-
comment tracker except for U4?
Oh, the combat
Oh.
tracker, there's nothing though.
Just U4?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Cool.
But
Also-
Lindsay
I was looking
didn't
at the
get
chat.
the -4 or the -3 circumstance penalty.
So hers would have been at a -3.
Oh,
So
okay.
19. Thank you for that. Gilly, roll me a d4.
All right. It's probably about mushrooms again, right? So 4 mushrooms.
There were so
Yeah,
many
attack-
mushrooms and you're hallucinating.
Oh,
We
what
get
was in that
we
too?
get attacked by a bunch of mushroom leshies.
Watch as someone visibly shows himself, goes and takes a weapon he has, a club, and as Raphael is there sleeping, just goes, and just smashes the club onto Raphael. Should make you all unconscious, because you all are unconscious right now. Go
Yeah.
to sleep.
I thought, like, with one hit. God, okay. Holy hell.
Raphael, you get to wake up.
Oh yeah.
As you're just smashed in the face, instantly awakened by a club to the face. Um, he is gonna go take that damage real quick, Raphael. Gilly, do you want to use your reaction?
Yes, I want to use my reaction. Can I
Activate it.
use my reactions if I haven't acted yet?
In this case, I'll say yes because you did know something was wrong.
All
I'll
right,
give it to you.
so
And you were on watch. If you're on watch, definitely no. But on watch, I'll give it to you.
this person with a bandana now gets the choice between not doing any sort of damage
Do me a
or
favor, activate in chat. And it may be a good thing to direct your
Yes.
hotbar, this ability. Because you're going to probably use it quite a bit.
hopefully.
I know exactly what it is because Robin is a
Yeah,
bitch with it in my other
I
game. Alright.
You've been spared so far, but not anymore.
Alright. In this case, I'm actually going to do the second step. As he goes into smash, he's trying to be quiet. So as he comes in, immediately you look. You see this and you activate your ability that causes him to have a slight moment of hesitation, a slight wavering of the weapon. He'll become enfeebled too, but he will still smash Raphael. Raphael, you're going to take, this is going to be 2 plus 2, so, you're taking 8 damage. Raphael, I'll do it for you. So 8 damage instead, 12. And then as a second action, he's going to come in with another. Oh, he moved there. He's now going to move back. Gilly, it's on you. You just watch as someone just snuck up and just beamed Raphael in the face.
Motherfucker.
Oh god. All right. So, the first thing Gilly will probably do is something loud. So,
What is an
is
action?
there?
So for everyone to wake up, it's still gonna be a perception check at -4. If you yell, I'll get rid of the -4.
So everyone will probably be a bit earlier.
Easier to wake up, yeah.
So, and I can use an action
To do
for
that,
that. That would be. I think it's most important that with the action. Yeah, I'll use one action to wake everyone up.
Okay. So you definitely shout.
And maybe I'll So do I have a sword in hand, or am I still without that?
You got the sword. I'll say the sword you have unsheathed, but the shield's on the ground still.
Then I will hit like the flat of the blade on the shield.
Okay,
like,
so
with
a
loud
giant
clang.
noise brings out. Got you.
Like intruders, enemies, wake up! All right, and then with these tiny little halfling legs, I can. If I could move like 30 feet with an athletic rush, I would be able to close the distance to that guy.
You're gonna run through the tent.
through Oriphiel even. Would that be alright? No,
I'll let you
probably
run
not.
over the tent. You might trip yourself though. I'll make you do an acrobatics roll. If you succeed,
Athletics, you
everything's
say.
fine. You get 30 feet, but if you fail, I'll make you flat-footed because you essentially stumble a tiny bit.
Alright. Well, acrobatics +0. Let's try it. I still have that hero point. Alright, so I use Athletic Rush first.
Okay.
It's something in order to get 30 feet of movement
Okay.
with the armor on. And a +2 on athletics checks and so on.
Fails it and steps on Orpheus' face.
Take another 8 points of damage. Yeah, alright, so you said oh god, I am not clicking correctly. Now, an acrobatics check.
Yeah. You do stumble a little bit. You're running and you catch on one of the lines that's on the camp. You do make yourself flat-footed.
Alright. I'll be next to this bandana dude though, and I'll thank you. With a final action, I will try to stick that sword in him.
All right.
Just
He is concealed.
oh, all right. So isn't that like a flat check to hit him?
It's a DC 5 flat check just to miss him. Go ahead and roll the damage. Go roll, see if you hit him, and then I'm gonna roll the DC 5.
All right, let's try that. Ah, God. Where's the attack?
You rusty already? 1 week?
All right, let's go. Is that? Now let's go. I said.
No. It's not gonna matter if that does
I-
this.
I would like to hero point that.
Go for it. Alright, we'll see if this actually would have missed, though. You're fine. So the strike does hit him. Go do damage.
Right. So
Oh, did I just
where's
delete
the
it?
dam?
I apologize, I deleted it. Go to the
Okay.
top of your screen, click on where it has strikes, just click on damage. To the +1 longbow. Sorry, +1 longsword.
Yeah. 1 second. Damage. Go.
Not bad.
11 points of damage.
Alright. He takes it to the gut. Alright, I believe that is your turn.
That's my turn.
Alright.
But everyone else now has a +3 basically to their initiative, right? Because of the loudness and so on.
So essentially to wake up, it's a -4 perception roll, just to wake up. I'm gonna get the -4, so perception check and you'll wake up.
Okay.
Alright. Lindsay's unconscious as well, so he's gonna come and he's gonna bash Lindsay. Wow. Wow, okay. Let's see.
Critical fumble.
Bludgeoning, what happens? So he just hits the ground right next to Lindsay. He is straight prone. He is going to get up, going, motherfucker, and just gets up, spit out dirt, and just walks back into the damn light. Okay. Alright, sure.
Wait, can he? Because he walked in, he attacked. And
Oh
then
yeah,
got
he gets up. So yeah, he's there just like, son of a bitch, and it's... I'm gonna give Lindsay a chance to wake up now. A normal skill check.
I should have not made any noise. They're making enough noise themselves, so it's fine.
Wow! She is a heavy
wow.
sleeper.
Apparently.
She just turns around and keeps snoring.
Apparently. Rabbit, give me a perception check at -4. Perception check base roll.
But like Paul, just asking, I like hit the shield with the flat of the sword to make
Yeah.
some noise. Do they get any sort of
Yeah, so it's a
bonus for that?
Yeah,
So
it's not a -4.
Yeah, typically it's a -4 to perception check. In this case, a 10 is gonna work. So you wake him up immediately, Rabbit. But you're unarmored unless you have a couple armor, and you are prone and no weapons at all. So you have to get everything out. But you're no longer unconscious. Free actions, Rabbit. What do you do? And I see your dog also immediately wakes up as well.
Well, for my first action, I'm going to stand up, obviously.
Okay.
I grab my bow and arrows, and then I use my last action to try and attack the bandit that's next to Lindsay.
Go for it. That will hit.
Roll for damage.
He will take that hit. I bet it is all of your actions.
Yep.
He from the shadows sees you, Rabbit. He is going to, in this case, drop the club on the ground, pull his sling, and you start to whip. You hear the whirl, and then slings that stone at your face.
Oh god.
All right, Rabbit, take 12 damage.
Minimum damage.
Minimum is that. On top of that, you are going to be hit by this. So, let's see. Is this bludgeoning or is this piercing? Probably bludgeoning, I'm assuming. Yeah, bludgeoning. So,
Bludgeoning.
oh, you're stupefied. So this hits you square in the head, right in the temple. And you take stupefied 3.
So that's -1 action, right? Stupefied?
I'll see on his turn. I believe it's. Let's see when I do the back to the turn. All right, that is it for him. And
Stunned is minus action.
Rifiel, go ahead and give me a check to. You know what? You wake up. You got the damn
No,
thing.
I woke up.
You
I
woke up.
took a hit.
You woke up.
Very
You're still
heavy
asleep!
sleeper.
I don't know how you sleep through that. Okay.
It affects spellcasting stupefied, and will saving throws and attack rolls. Spell attack rolls.
Okay. Gonna get up. So that's one action.
Mhm.
Okay. Several that I can see immediately.
This one is in clear light. The other two are in shadows.
That's what I was gonna ask. Thank you. Okay. The one that's in the light, let's not get him running too far. Tanglefoot on him.
Go for it.
Okay.
That will hit. Apply that damage. Was it damage here? No, any damage. Okay.
No.
Yeah, he
No,
is.
Tanglefoot
He's
is. Yeah, minus 10 foot on a success, and immobilization if it's a crit.
in this case, just a success.
That will be my turn. Though.
All right.
By the way, that lasts for a round.
All right. Top of round 2, the ruffian here, Gilly, you're in front of him. He is going to swing at you. He did move kind of far away, so you're also within the shadows with him. So potentially he's going to miss you. But as is, he's going to try and smack you. He comes in with a blow. Easy targets, you fools! And just swings this two-handed weapon at you. And it's gonna hit.
Oy, oy, oy. That's a lot of damage. So
Is it still a sneak attack because he's standing next to Gilly?
I'm trying to see. Okay, that's why. Okay, I was trying to figure out why the sneak attack damage rolled in there. Should have been.
all right. Okay.
So it only should
I'll
have
heal
been
myself
reduced 5 damage.
for-
So it actually should only be 8 damage. So I'll do that real quick. Did you take it already?
Yeah, take it. Can you, or should I restore?
Already got it.
Okay, thanks.
All right. And then he is going to potentially miss. I have to roll that.
Yeah.
No, definitely hit. He's gonna go for a second strike. Critically miss. And then he's going to step back into the shadows completely. Gilly.
All right. Like, is there a difference between me hitting him in the shadow here, or me hitting him in the shadow there?
The Amasia is concealed completely, or he's hidden. So it's a you don't even see him right at the moment.
Okay. Want to see if in here. So, as a Wildwood halfling, I would have no problem working through this part here.
Okay.
All right.
Mhm.
So I will use a move action to move through here and block this bandana dude 2's path and be in range of other people. Maybe could I be like below the tree around here?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll go there. And I will again with a sword, fighting for life and death apparently, try to stick him. Oh, I will try to make a strike. +9.
Nice. Hit him.
So, do I have to roll for concealment?
In this case, yeah, I did say he was in it.
Oh, sorry.
You're fine.
All right. Doubly fine, even. All right. So let's see. how
Damage
much
points you can take. Nice.
And I would like to intimidate him.
Go for it. Should do that first.
That's right. Yeah.
It's alright. Because it really would have worked. It would have worked really good. How do you intimidate him?
Mostly with my strike, by throwing an insult after him. Like, we've dealt with scum like you before. Run!
Ah! It just your sheer ferocity is unnerving to him. Alright, I believe that is all your actions. It means it goes to the ruffian. Alright, so this one, now, you see Lindsay on the ground, ain't gonna worry about Lindsay, it's gonna go towards Rabbit. And Rabbit, he got that club, he's gonna try to strike you.
Ignores the big muscly dude that's just sleeping as well.
So after the ones that
shouldn't
are
wake him.
dangerous. Rabbit, 8 damage. Gilly, you have your reaction if you want to use it again.
I think I don't have. Oh no, I have
You
the
do?
measured
Beginning of your turn?
distance. It's 20 feet away. It's only 15 feet, I think.
Yeah,
for
15 feet.
Oh, okay. Yep,
Yeah,
alright.
15 feet.
Alright, yeah, unfortunately it's gonna hit Rabbit. Rabbit, got the damage already? Alright. He's going to move.
His speed is reduced by 10 feet.
That's right. Alright.
And then
Alright.
Tango Foot will wear off.
I'll say Sounds of Battle means at this point we'll wake up since it'll make more sense. Full on battle. You'll wake up after the second round. Alright, she's now up. She'll first action, stand up. See that bullshit is going on right now. Quickly surveys the battlefield. Sees that Rabbit is really injured. Is going to immediately cast Soothe on Rabbit. Rabbit, taking 9 HP. That's it for her. Rabbit, it's on you. She yells, Grove, wake up!
All of the ruffians are concealed right now, right? Or
Yeah. He is concealed. The other one is just hidden completely. Or else make him invisible.
One by me is frightened. So, like, metagaming wise, he has I think a -2 to his AC. Just asking.
Hey, you can yell, hit him! You can yell that out.
This coward!
I'm gonna target the ruffian near Gilly then.
Alright.
For my first 2 actions, I'm going to use Hunter's Aim.
Okay.
So I get a +2 bonus on my attack roll and ignore the concealed conditions.
So you get straight up chance to hit him.
And for my 3rd action, I'm going to attack him. 8, Hunter's Aim, strike.
That is a hit. Roll damage.
Sorry, that was gonna land on the 1 there for a minute.
Ugh.
Do you get any bonus from?
You didn't check mark tracks hunted prey. Oh, never mind. That's what you're doing. All right. Yep. That's gonna do 2 damage to him now.
It's Hunter's Aim, not Hunted Prey at this moment.
Gotcha. All right,
okay.
Rabbit. I believe that's it for you.
Yeah. Did you take the damage already?
I did. Is Hunter's Aim only 1 action or 2 actions?
Hunter's Aim is 2 actions, yeah.
Gotcha. All right. Okay. Ruffian that's in front of you, Gilly, is going to. He's gonna swing at you. Wait, no,
Do I
he
still
had
have
the
flat-footed?
You are no longer flat-footed. So remove that. He's going to drop his sling, pull out the club. 1 action, swing at you. We'll still hit even without the flat-footed.
Yep.
So you will get hit by this. Not that. I was doing this for. All right, so it should be 8 damage. I'll do it for you. It's being
2
All right.
I think he's gonna step back in the shadows.
I like that he's rolling damage with disadvantage. Really good.
I'll have to see what's going on that way. All right, it is Rifu. It's on you. Let's see, what are they doing this for?
Okay. Okay. I'm going to move over here behind Gilly. Cast 1 single action heal. Should need the target elite. Roll.
Nice.
Thank you. You. Like we are having a problem with the lighting conditions currently.
Yeah.
And I don't know if just like that's a problem that we could.
Yep. I know that at the very least they went that way, and the other one's over there. So
Can you not see him at all on the map?
I can see him there.
Rifu, you can't see this guy right here.
I can still see that guy.
Okay.
I'm going to move between the tents over there, give myself a bit of cover.
George, we talking above game or in character?
I don't know. Like, I think Gilly is going to scream about. I can't see anything.
Okay.
With
So in
trying-
character you just okay. I wasn't sure if
Working
this was
on
like
it.
a bug.
Give me a few.
Yeah. All right.
Got you.
Okay. That'll be my turn for now.
All right. Top of round 3. So what's gonna happen here is they're hidden. You're not. You have a light source right now, which is the campfire. They're gonna drop their clubs, and you're gonna watch. You're gonna hear that whizzing noise from the sling, Gilly.
Good that they target me at least.
And you see a stone just flying right by your head. And another one. Gilly, it's on you.
All right. Let's see if I can move in. Easily. I think as a sort of free action, I'm going to tell my companions that I'm going after the two, like, going after the coward, and I will go there with my 20 feet of movement. Go there and try to hit him again, because that's my best chance.
All right. He is gonna be hidden from you though.
I know, but like,
Light a torch or something. Just
like lighting it. I'm not quite sure about that. Like, just lighting a torch is that a one action thing?
well, I mean, you have a campfire right now, so grab a torch or you gotta get like up somehow, one of you, because right now you guys can't see. So you can swing, but there's a good chance. It's a DC 11 just to hit him now.
Yeah, I think it's still a good chance with his -2 AC. So, like, all in all, it's still a
Okay.
all right chance. And I will try to strike him. And after that, if I do strike him, I don't. Oh no! What
All right,
happened?
Gilly. Let's see. This was a slashing weapon, so melee. Sorry. So you become wounded 1. All right, which means if you go down, it's gonna be even tougher for you.
Okay, cool.
It makes sense. You're running in the dark. You don't have dark vision at all, so you maybe stumble a little bit, and you hold your sword. So somehow in this fight, you do nick yourself.
Yeah.
I believe one more action. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I think I'm going to try again with the ferocity and yeah, strike again. Oh. That's a
All right. Luckily, you don't hit your
Imagine
friend.
killing yourself.
You need to get out of the night. Get out of the dark. You gotta get in the light. Apparently, Gilly cannot fight in the dark at all. So you can see that immediately right now. All right. Luckily, there's no one near you to actually hit, so you just completely miss.
all right.
All right. This one here. Rabbit. He is going to step back, and same thing. They have good tactics right now. They're gonna go ahead, drop the club, and you hear that whistle of the sling, and it comes in at you, Rabbit. You feel a stone come in and smack you for 7 damage. They're gonna do it one more time. Alright. That's gonna miss. Lindsay, seeing all this bullcrap going on, she is going to do Spur Courage. Everyone take the +1.
Did we also have a +1 from before? No.
No.
Right? No. Okay, it's only for saves and other stuff.
And then she is going to She casts light on you, Gilly.
The curse is lifted.
Rabbit! You see Gilly just light up, and you see the two ruffians.
I'm gonna still target the one that is intimidated by Gilly.
Okay.
I'm going to use Hunt Prey
Alright.
as my first action. See. I believe if I use Command Animal on my wolf, I can give it 2 actions, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna use that as my second action then.
Okay.
Let's see. The movement is 40 feet of him.
Here, you can move it now. I know what's going on with this little thing.
Ah. As the first action, it's gonna move there, and
Okay.
then with the second action, it's gonna strike the bandit.
That'll be a hit.
For damage. Since I used Hunt Prey, does that also grant a bonus on my wolf or not?
I don't believe so. That is for you.
Okay.
What's your last action?
As my last action, I'm gonna attack myself.
Go for it. Want to hero point that?
And apparently miss. Oh yeah, we had 2 hero points.
Do we?
You only have
I
one.
believe. Ah. Then I don't have a hero point anymore.
Alright.
At least.
Alright, pass your turn. Alright, so in here. Sees the wolf, sees Gilly. He's actually going to smack the wolf. Wolf hit him. He's gonna swing that club. First attack, miss the wolf. It's got the sweep ability, so it's now gonna go with a second attack against Gilly.
Did he pick the club back up? Right.
Yes.
So he has 2. Okay.
Yep. So it's gonna be last action.
All right.
So it'll be at a +1, which is not gonna matter. All right. Redfield, it's on you.
Okay.
Things not going down. It's weird.
Those two should be easier to deal with now that they're lit up. I'm gonna try to firebolt the other one, or not firebolt, produce flame
Okay.
against them. Don't know what their AC is, and I've already used my hero point today, so gotta stick with that.
Yep, a little high.
Is it higher than that?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's 2 actions missed. And I'm going to drop prone, since that should make it more difficult for ranged attacks to hit me.
Okay.
And I've got cover from the tents, I think.
Okay.
That ruffian is outside your range for produce flame by the looks of it.
You do the other one. Or did he do?
Oh, wow.
Oh. Either way, it
The
looks like
range
it
is
missed.
30 feet for it. Ah.
Yeah,
Well,
80 feet.
Oh yeah.
Alright.
I thought you targeted the one near Gilly.
No.
Top of round 4, they are going to pick up their own first action, pick up the weapon, move here to fight Gilly, attack Gilly. Because Gilly's not going to be
all that
flank-footed.
flanking.
Oh,
They're using tactics! And miss. Alright. Gilly, you're being flanked. And these
Right
guys
back at you.
are looking to do something specifically before flanking, so keep that in mind.
So, Gilly wants to move behind the badly injured one
Okay.
to flank.
Yeah, you want to go
with
here.
the
Yep.
dog. Yeah. And thankfully, no attacks of opportunity. He's still frightened too.
He's frightened 1.
Oh, frightened one.
For some reason, it's not
Alright.
going down. For some odd reason, it's probably a bug somewhere. So have to keep that in mind.
Okay. Yeah, Gilly will. I think Gilly will just attack that one. Yep. Let's try it. Hopefully. No more fumbles. Let's go.
That's a hit! Alright.
Right. Let's see.
What damage? That will drop that guy to the ground.
All right. And after that, with my last action, I think I will try to set up some more flanking by moving. By moving here. Yeah, I'll be moving here. Through
Okay.
the underbrush. Like dipping into the underbrush of all of this forest and coming out again beside him with a grin on my face.
Gotcha. Alright. Ruffian here is going to sling a stone at Rabbit Still. Roll. Get back over there. Crazy thing. Alright. Rabbit, you hear the same sling, that whistle, before the arrow comes flying at you. It looks like it's gonna miss. He's gonna do it one more time. This one will come and hit you. Rabbit takes 6 damage. Alright. Lindsay now is going to target the ruffian and use her spell. She's gonna sling a piece of stone on the ground at his face and miss. Alright. You know what? Spark Courage should have been up again, so I'm gonna cut that as an actual hit. Everyone take Spark Courage one more time. I did that correctly. Rabbit, it's on you.
So refresh and Inspire Courage.
Yeah. Alright, she's not doing the green composition. No, not that. We don't.
I'm going to use Hunt Prey again. This time on the one that's still alive. Command an animal for my wolf to give it 2 actions to move and attack.
Okay.
Flat-footed. Love
Yep.
it.
Hits. Roll damage. What can the wolf do? Not bad, not bad. He stumbles a little bit. He's definitely hurt.
And with my last action, I'm going to use my bow to attack. And hit him
Just
as
hit.
well.
And that will bring him straight to the ground. Dead.
And those are all my 3 actions.
And for expediency, The other guy, seeing his two companions lit up now, fall dead, he is going to break and run. Get the hell out of there. Now, the question is, as he's running away, I want to see if he can actually get away from all of you. Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah, he does. So he bolts it and gets the hell out of there. And you try to look for him, and you just can't find this guy at all. His two companions are on the ground, dead. But there is an encounter. Defeated.
At least it was not monkeys. God.
All right.
Well, they were monkeying around.
Some very big monkeys.
Go ahead and loot. I'll be back.
They got some studded leather armor, and I think the clubs and slings might be.
Just trash.
Yeah.
Just trash. But like the stud leather armor.
The studded leather you can sell.
Let's put it in the donkey.
Rest is kind of worthless.
Yeah.
Unless you want to get some carpet for the stone bullets.
I'm gonna take a quick toilet break.
Yeah, sounds good. Cool. I've never so far had two successive natural ones. That was fun.
Okay.
I think
Next
my record
daily
is
preparation?
3 in a row. Was my record.
Next daily preparations, time to change my cantrip loadout. So I can provide some actual, like...
Okay, everyone still find a break if you need to.
Yep.
Here,
I'm
let's
alright.
come
Yeah,
back at 114, 119. Let's come back.
I think I'll be a sec.
I'm all good. Just gonna click it immediately.
Whew, so that was a trigger random encounter.
Bloody hell.
Let's see, how much XP is that worth? I don't remember. So you're right here, actually. So they were, I think, 30 XP away from level 2. And
Yeah, I
I
saw
decided
that.
to give it to
Yeah.
them. So let's see, this counter was actually worth 120. So everyone can take in, so everyone go to 0. I'm going to give everyone 90 XP.
Yep, I'm already at 0.
I think everyone is...
I assume the others have already done it
Yep,
as well.
so 90 XP. Blam.
Kablamo.
There we go.
Elite Grove. Nova.
Ah, Nova's the wolf.
Ah.
Actually, we do that right now since we're actually on a slight pause. PC. So when I put in Groff, it doesn't come in as. Yeah, it does. Who was it? I think it was Rabbit that didn't. Yep. And also, I believe for Nova. All right, I awarded some XP. So that was a severe encounter. So it's 120 XP, minus 30 from last week, the bump up. So give you all 90 XP.
I did some theory crafting recently from the GM table of encounters and so on.
Yeah.
And a +9 is not that it is not that bad for like this encounter.
Well, the absolute best you can have. You mean the attack roll?
Yeah, a +9 is like a high attack roll for a level 1 enemy. Or a moderate for a level 2 enemy, but
Well, they were level 2.
okay.
Yeah. So yeah, these guys were a bit of a tough one.
They had a lot of HP, right?
Yeah, 30.
It felt like a lot.
Yeah.
Felt
Maybe-
like a lot coming off the assassins from the first session.
Yeah, or the kobolds.
Oh yeah, the kobolds are like level -1, so these were 3 levels higher. Can hit a bit harder as well. All right, well, this was the beginning of the rest, so at this point, I'm not going to trigger any more random encounters because I'm not going to go that much. So, the rest of the night will scare any animals away because of the noise of battle. So, the rest of the night will go on successfully. So, go ahead and click on the rest button for the morning. And if you want to, you can do your daily preparations and change your spells if you want to refuel.
I think for healing for the party, just generally, one of the more efficient things is like the refocus, lay on hands, refocus, lay on hands, right?
Yeah. But you also got to, I mean, if you want to stay up, you're going to become fatigued.
Yeah.
So let's do the first things out of the way. Immediately, Laser probably go to, do you want to be the healing? Which you can't do actually, so who here has actual medicine stuff to do some medicine skills?
Me.
Let's get those out of the way first. Let's use by the book real quick, see how this turns out. Alright, I'm gonna delete the ruffians out of the party sheet if you're okay with that. Or out of the tracker.
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright, let's see.
Alright, no longer wounded.
With natural medicine, I can now use nature to treat wounds instead of medicine.
Yep. Rabbit, go ahead and click on the sleeping. I'm not going to trigger any more random encounters. Sequence will do the same thing. If you want to kill it, you can burn one use of lay on hands right now if you want to, just for immediate post-battle.
I think I'll definitely try to heal Rabbit.
Oh yeah, I should boon the spell slot before taking the rest, shouldn't I?
If you have the spell slots, because we're getting the full rest, so if you have spell slots, go ahead and use it.
Robin,
Alright.
take 6 healing for Rabbit.
Yay.
I can probably fill him up as well with heal.
Mm-hmm. Well, like would what's the healing burst? Like the three I don't know.
Oh yeah, the 3 action 130-foot emanation.
You basically heal everyone within 30 feet,
But
including
it'll only be
yourself.
1d8.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So 1d8 plus 8 is the 2 action one?
Yes.
And...
Yeah.
Okay.
3 actually is just a straight burst with 1d8.
Like,
2d8 for level 2.
You guys have a preference? Rabbit was mostly the one more injured.
I'm still lacking 14 HP for a full heal, but
I think Gilly can like refocus in the morning and
I'll
not expend any spell slots or anything, if that's all right.
I believe you have a free action daily as well for 1 focus point by praying to your deity, I believe.
I think not just once. I think you can do like the refocus 10 minutes.
Yeah, so essentially you can spend the next hour. You'll get off. How many healings do you get off in an hour? You'll get off 10 minutes. So you get 6 healings off in an hour. So let's see, and you do 6, so 16. Yeah, I'd say between you, I'd say you get full heal everyone. So everyone, by the morning time, take in full health.
Gilly will probably do some sort of Caden Kalian ritual in each time. Maybe have a sip of a drink each time. Just pace yourself with that.
So we're sacrificing our Rivian every 10 minutes.
No, that's not a Caden Kalian. It's not a chaotic good ritual.
Oh, it's not that one?
No, it's not Rovagak, no.
Alright, and we'll get to...
We're not going after Lamashtu.
We'll get to daylight hours.
other monsters.
It's not skulls for the skull throne, blood for the blood god?
No, we don't. We don't worship corn in this house.
No corn. Alright, so... as we get our morning preparations done, Lindsay is packing up the tents and everything, packing up her own gear. Oh, that was not pleasant at all. I hope we can avoid those kind of encounters in the future.
Could I do a certain knowledge check to find out, like, in this whole the confusion, but like where or like on the bodies, is there anything that we can see on them, like the Stag Lord thing or anything?
So they didn't have the medallion at all.
Right.
So what you gather, Gilly, is that these were probably just either wanted to get involved with the Stag Lord or didn't want to be involved at all and doing their own thing. But they're definitely bandits.
So like,
It's essentially.
what did you say? Sorry.
They were definitely bandits, but they weren't involved with the Stag Lord. Either because they haven't done it already, or they don't want to get involved at all because maybe they don't want to pay like him any loyalty.
Okay.
But what you definitely notice, these were much more experienced than the ones that were that attacked the actual Olegs. These guys were much more tough.
Do we know if these bandits were from the other quest on the notice board, or...
These
Do
probably
we not
can
know?
be for that, yeah.
Okay.
How do we give any sort of like evidence for us defeating them? Do we have to collect like ears?
What kind of evidence do you
Or-
want to use?
Underpants? Do they even wear underpants? No.
Pants is probably not going to be one to use.
That's a good idea.
Just cut off their heads and collect the heads.
Heads is probably extreme. If anything, you could probably use like a hand, which would be much easier to carry around than a
Maybe
head,
thumbs.
or even like fingers.
You know, like each person only has up to 2 thumbs, so. Oh, that's gruesome, but still.
They're dead. They won't feel it.
Yeah, that's true.
Got a sickle.
Still butchering them like some animal is a bit harsh, though. what they did was not better. Now that's probably what Gilly either tells herself or tells herself out loud while cutting off the appendages of the
So I mean, you gotta
of these
take the full body
bandits.
and take it back to old legs, put them on the horses, or take something that shows they belong, that they were bandits.
It's the thing. Thumbs don't necessarily show that they're bandits.
Just that they're people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they know we.
Or even
could
take it
be
ahead.
bandits.
How do you prove they're bandits?
Like, but also taking their body, how do we prove they're bandits? Like, it's-
Can we search their bodies if they had anything related to them being bandits? Or
like a bandit ID card.
Bandit ID.
Yeah. Bandit associated.
I would say in this situation, I mean, you are correct. I'm thinking about this now, like logically. Yeah, you could kill like a farmer and just say he was a bandit, but then you have to deal if the farmers say, "Hey, I'm not a bandit. My family," like his family comes by and says, "Where are you killing civilians?" I guess it'd be kind of like a bit of trust. They know you're heroes, so you're probably gonna be going around killing farmers for reward. So, I would say probably taking a thumb or a finger. I think would be suitable as long as they trust you.
Hopefully our charter will help in the trust, so
Yeah.
probably
they
not-
weren't carrying any orders or something or a note in their pockets?
No.
They're probably just
They didn't have orders, they're
trying
just-
to live off
Yeah.
on their own.
They weren't following
Commons-
anyone that you can tell.
the common scum of the land.
Yeah.
Just cut their fingers off and like their thumbs off.
I would say, yeah,
Yeah.
take a thumb. Easy enough to carry around a couple of them. You can tell it's the left one or the right one. Just use that as the proof.
Put it in a like watertight sack
Yeah.
and open that one the least amount of times as possible.
I mean, it's better than like 5 heads walking around with. So
Yeah. They start leaking.
Imagine coming back to Oleg and then just dumping 200 tons.
Also, 100 leather armors. Here you go, Oleg. Stocked up.
actually, I think the armor might be suitable.
And those were little bandits. No,
be
those
fair,
aren't
yeah,
kobold
But no, I would
leather.
say you can tell between kobold and human. I would say the
Yeah.
armor would be suitable.
Yeah,
Yeah, 'cause
probably. Like
Probably more suitable because assuming that they were dirt poor and couldn't afford leather armor proper, this is probably like makeshift leather armor that's stereotypical for a bandit to wear.
Yeah. I say the armor is proof in this situation.
Yeah, like distinct from the apparel of a farmer or anything.
Yeah, farmer don't even have leather armor, so
Yeah. All right, that's a good idea. Also, let's take the thumbs just to be sure.
okay. If you want to.
Says the champion.
No, we have to be sure. Look, we are not taking the heads. They should have been beheaded, actually, if they were unrepentant, and they were clearly unrepentant. And Gilly, you can see her.
Yeah,
She's a bit. When cutting the thumbs off, she's like, "Damn these people!"
Yeah. Now I'm gonna say in my own glaring lore, healing magic doesn't fully cover all scars and whatnot. So I'm gonna say at this point, Raphael's got a bit of a scar over the nose, the face, where you were smashed with a crit by club. No disfigurement, but I'm gonna say you have a permanent scar on your nose. Nothing like large or extreme, but definitely that. Yeah, you were beamed in the face pretty hard. But ultimately, this was a random encounter that could trigger from doing camping activities and stuff like that. Now, this was a different DC compared to the camping stuff, but it did trigger, so.
Well, scum or not, I'd still like to bury them. I think.
Yeah. That's probably all right. Gilly will help burying them.
It is 10 a.m.
bodies will probably already have gone stiff, I think, at this time. I'm not that sure about it, but like
Maybe a little bit. You had
yeah.
all night to do it, so. Or if you waited, or if we did it. Either way, I would say it's done. The deed's done. Do you spend time to bury the bodies?
I would like to spend the time.
Okay. I'll say it'll take like 10 minutes. Yeah, move it to 10, 15.
Shallow graves.
All right, I'm curious, roleplay wise. As we're getting the camp ready, I'm gonna go ahead and actually pause the game so we can pause the clock. But as the bodies have been buried, what's kind of everyone's daily preparation? What do they do? Like Lindsay will be sitting there. She'll make sure her loot is strong, recorded. She'll make sure that she'll sit cross-legged and kind of do a bit of humming, to make sure that her spells are correct for the day. But for like you, Gilly, what's your daily preparations kind of like in the morning?
In the morning, Gilly will pray to Caden Salian. It's more of a free-form prayer. It's not that ritual. Maybe admire the sun burning through the trees and have a sip. And then just take the swords, look at them in the daylight, if there's like any sort of dirt on them from the fight yesterday, and just get everything in working order. Polish it a bit, but not that much. There's still a lot of travel to be done, and it's better to get on the way. Yeah, and also help with burying the bodies.
Okay. And for you, Riffiel, what's your daily preparation like? Now, we need to go a little more into actual lore here. So, Riffiel, for you, we need to go to more of the actual witch lore. So, how much of the witch do you actually know, class-wise, Riffiel?
How much do I know out of character?
Yeah. Do you actually know the mechanics of the class when it comes to a lore standpoint?
I know that I have a patron.
You don't know who the patron is, though.
Don't know who the patron is.
All of it was one day, Laras just kind of came up to you, had a bond with you, and that's all you kind of know.
I know that, yes, the familiar is the conduit
Yeah.
for the patron's abilities, and that you prepare your spells through the familiar.
Yeah. So part of your morning, I would say, as you do wake up, Rafeel, you see Laras, and we do know what your patron is. So Laras is there now. Give me a quick description again of what kind of Laras looks like.
Lorast is at first glance might appear to be just a normal black wildcat, but has a few telltales that there's some more to him, like glowing eyes, very very soft, luxurious fare. Not
sorry.
Like the fare that you'd expect on like a domestic cat, maybe, as opposed to something that actually lives out in the underbrush.
So all of you kind of notice, and even you're used to this, Riffiel, as you come to, you notice that Laras is actually at the very, very top of the tent, and Laras is in a position where normally a cat would kind of stick in or leave a indentation in the fabric of the tent. Laras has none of that. And Laras is just impossible, during the entire night, Laras has been impossibly still, just staring at a Riffiel. And you notice that Laras' eyes glow a bit, and even though there's no like moonlight anymore, it's sunlight now, you still see a bit of that reflection in Laras' eyes. And once Riffiel actually wakes up, is then Laras kind of starts to purr a little bit, kind of jumps down to Riffiel, and kind of just nuzzles on Riffiel's hand. And you see that part of your ritual, I would say, because of Laras. So part of the ritual for Laras is that she actually goes and bites part of your body. I would say in this case bites like the part of your thumb right here and draws blood. And it leaves 2 puncture marks that kind of spills blood a little bit to the ground before Laras goes and licks it and heals the wound. and then at that point just goes into being like a normal cat for you. But I'll be watch as Riffiel does this. Now, Riffiel, this is something that's been normal to you. You're only level 2, but since you've had Laras, that's been kind of the ritual. Maybe the first time you like kick the cat away from biting you, but the moment you let the cat do this procedure is when you're able to do powers you never had before.
Well,
That work for you?
you've just
Or
given me-
that yeah or nay?
You've just given me perfect flavor text for always having heal prepare for one.
Gotcha. All right.
Primal spells, in addition, are typically prepared through taking in the environment. So, Loras has the ears up, listening out for the sounds of animals. Every time you hear a bear tweet or something scramble in the forest, the ears just shift a little. Observe the darkness inside the forest and any little motes of light from the sunlight piercing through the canopy, and even sitting close to the campfire, just lying down and enjoying the heat from it.
Absolutely. All right. You good with your description there, Riffiel?
Yeah, Arifio just mostly just goes along with Larast and
All right.
keeps them tame, simply put.
Lastly, Rabbit, what's your preparation? What's your preparation like? I can't talk. What's your preparation like in the morning?
Mostly keeping my bow in good condition. Just checking if it's still if the
So let's say making sure the arrows are straight, deflection's good, checking the arrowheads, making sure the bow string is tight.
yeah, probably also preparing more arrows in case I need them, if that's possible.
That's actually done during downtime.
Ah,
So you have enough out right now to not worry about it, but for when it does become relevant, if you want to make them, it's in downtime.
okay.
I've just remembered something. So,
Well, I'm checking my equipment obviously every morning, and also making sure my Wolf Nova is groomed and fed.
All right.
I've just remembered.
Yeah. What's up, Andrew?
I've picked up the Herbalist dedication, so I also gather some herbs and brew up some elixirs of life.
Okay. Which is definitely easy if you're still in the terrain of the woodland. All right, so all of you pack up your camp and we're ready to head on out. Is there anything anyone wishes to do before we head on out into the Stolen Lands map?
Let's go.
All right. So as mentioned, we do know that those kobold tracks, they head on off to the southeast. We do know that the bandits have a camp to the south. So how are we proceeding forward? Do you think you'll come across the bandits following the kobolds? Or will the kobolds lead you off stray from the bandits? Will the bandits come back since you are kind of going off job with that?
No, what does everyone think? Like, so far we are on a mission to find the kobolds.
I remember there were the little paper for the Kerbold specifically. There was the bounty.
But do remember,
Yeah.
the Cressel is part of a bandit group that is going to be questioning why their 4 bandits never came back to camp. So if you're off investigating kobolds, they might go and talk to Oleg.
True.
Yeah. Like, at this point, they are probably worried. So,
Like, I'll say this would be character knowledge. If Crystal is the leader of these other bandits that are working for the Stag Lord, her second in command that you all, well, I'll say Jathel executed, if they don't come back, what's she gonna do?
Is it possible to split up the party, or is that
I'm
a
not split up the party in
great
that
idea?
situation. Hell no.
I
no.
don't think the kobolds are as big a threat that they would require splitting the party.
This would be essentially two campaigns at that point if you're running this type of split, so there's no way in hell I'm doing that. And you'd all die. Yeah, I would say that right at this moment. If you do a two-player split like that, you're gonna die.
one thing about the bandits is that they came to Oleg's trading post with a dozen or so of them. So we know that there are at least 8 left.
Lindsay speaks up. Well, how about this then? If you want, you, Grolf, and Rabbit go investigate the bandits, and I'll go back to Oleg's. I'll take, if you want, Jathel and Miri, and we can investigate the kobold.
But at least that Jesk is there alone, without any supervision.
It's just an
I
option.
think maybe we can have a look to the east, to the grasslands to the east or the hills, and then ride back to Oleg. So make this a shorter trip and try to get back to there today. Is that possible? Like out of character? Is it possible to like just ride through the square to our east?
So this square to the east, you can tell is grassland. So if you go there, on horseback, you could go. Yeah, you could go there. Move there. Actually, no. If you go there and reconnoiter,
That would be 2.
but it is grassland, so you actually would see just going through. So you could, unless something's hidden, unless something's specifically hidden, you'll see it as you're looking through because it is all flat land. So actually, yeah, if you wanted to, you could go to the east, travel-wise on horseback, and then go to Old Legs in the same day.
Because like
Maybe one full day though.
just to be sure about this, so we can like at least reinforce Oleg's, and because like we were traveling so far for like a day and a half or a bit 2 days now, and like the bandits would probably take as long. So now is the time where Kessel would probably start getting worried.
Yeah, and then
And
she's thinking
if she
about it,
sends
she'll start heading
someone-
off.
Yeah, and if she sends someone, they will probably arrive by tomorrow or the day after that. So I think now is we can still use the day but get back. And this is kind of something that Gilly would argue for. Like let's mark the kobold's general direction on the map and get back to this when like lives are not at stake. Because that's the problem we see with if something happens to Oleg. It's our only point where we can. I think it's so important for us. What does everyone else think? Rabbit or Rifia?
Well, we don't know for sure they're gonna attack Old Legs if they don't return. While I agree with you, I also agree with Lynch's point that we could probably split up. We go and investigate the bandit camp, and Lynchy and the rest are going to see where the kobolds are. Like we can perhaps even grab Jesk and take him with us, since he knows the bandits. He can show us where
Yeah.
the camp is, and perhaps even like introduce us as new bandits. Like we can sneak in the camp with him, perhaps just
Why would he
say
not?
that
Yeah, but why would he return?
Why would he lie about us being new bandits when he could just immediately sell us out and then they overrun us?
So the question is, how much of influence did Gilly have on him?
And like, it's like, I don't know. It feels like just getting him out of the bandits, saying you can have a good life now. You have just to work, and then taking him saying, "All right, now this is a super dangerous thing we'll do with you. Um, please help us." I think it's asking too much
It's definitely
from
a
him.
double-edged sword. I mean, it can work, but it also can backfire.
Like, also, I don't think it's good for him, and that's like some sort of compassion we have to give him, because he has a high chance of dying. Like, the odds are not in his favor if he betrays either us or them, and he has to do one of those. So
Not to
Well,
mention, it's taking him straight back into the environment which you're
Yeah.
trying to get him away from anyway.
when someone
True.
has drank too much, you don't put him in a tavern.
Mhm.
It's probably something Kate and Kalian would have said. So Gilly will share this wisdom with you.
well, we could ask him first if there are others like him there in the camp. If we can turn it around and kill the other leader and basically free the other bandits from their influence and promise them a better life, just like we did with Yesk. Maybe we can turn it around and turn the bandits on each other in that case.
I I like that idea.
But that would mean we might need Yesk to take us there and perhaps convince the other bandits.
Yeah, that would involve going back to Oleg's and trying to yeah,
could at
just
least
marking it on the map. Thorough description, right?
we could at least return and then well convene there with the whole group and perhaps discuss what we're going to do.
Yeah.
Since it's
Definitely.
gonna take us at least another day to return there, maybe even well, if the bandits take 1 to 2 days to travel, then they might also be there at the moment, or when we return.
I don't think so, because they need like 1 or 2 days to get to the camp, and then 1 or 2 days to get back up. Like, the earliest time that Kessel would have known.
If they march,
Oh, just like
head straight there, no breaks. Let's go back to Oleg's.
yeah, let's go straight away.
Yeah.
As fast as possible. We have all the information we can gain from here, and these moon radishes will probably be as fresh as possible. Well, not really.
That's
but...
true. All right. So, it being about 11 o'clock, how about we all move over to one of you control and move ourselves to the Eastern Hex?
Eastern, or should we go straight? Oh, okay.
Well, you can make here
Well,
and back to Oleg's in one day.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the only thing you're
Yeah.
going to miss here is if anything is hidden because you're not actually reconnoitering the text. But anything that is open and easily seen will be seen. So as you do run, you're on horseback, you're going through the terrain, you cut away from the forested Nora marshes to the west, back into the open terrain. You can see to the south is more of the hilly terrain. That would impede your progress a little bit more compared to right here, which is kind of straight grass. Now you can even see Oleg's. Just make out the distance. It's about maybe 25 miles away. You just kind of make the dot of it off in the distance. But as you are moving through this area, you actually aren't seeing anything that does kind of stand out or of a noticeable thing. And for all intents and purposes, you are coming across just more grassland, more patches of trees. Obviously, the dense packed woodland to the west is going to be the actual forest land. But as you go through here, there's really nothing here. Kind of just wilderness. You see the occasional stone or carved stone that might have been from a wall or a structure in many, many years past, but it's all been removed, buried, or taken away. You can move on to the next hex.
Yeah. So back to Alex.
So it's been explored. So as you get back here, as you're arriving back, you had a bit of stops for lunch, whatnot, some of the rations you had on you, or getting some wild game, and get a little bit sore as you're now out in the actual wilderness. But as you're getting closer and closer back to Oleg's, as you're approaching in the far distance the actual gates of Oleg's, you actually hear coming from the top wall of the front gate. We got visitors! And you watch as a couple of people. Oh, don't use any rations there, Rufus. This is more of a.
okay.
You don't eat at actual camping nighttime. And as you hear that, you watch as 3 people you don't recognize actually come up to the very top wall to look at the group of you approaching. And as you're getting closer and closer, you hear one of them go, "State your business!" And you do see this individual as you do come up.
Okay.
They
Gee.
look like guards from Westhoff.
Okay.
And you see on the other gate are 2 more. You see 3 of these. Do you say anything? Do you reply?
Do they recognize Lindsay?
Hang on. Um. But some adventurers looking for work. I would like
Adventurers
to
or
use-
bandits?
I would like to use this. Run-of-the-mill adventurers, we're not here for any harm. Don't want to cause any harm. Been traveling for a while now.
Do you believe they're deceiving you? Who do you think they are?
I think there's a possibility. Hence why I want to
Gotcha.
engage in
and,
conversation.
All right. So this is actually coming up. You're not actually talking face to face right now. You're actually coming up to them as this is occurring. Go ahead and give me a. Let's see. How's this work out?
So if they are deceiving us, then that goes against my deception DC.
Set of perception. Gotcha.
Hmm.
Well, let me roll for these guys real quick.
So deception DC, do I have to roll it as well?
No. So essentially, they're going to use their deception against you.
So it's 10 plus your deception skill, right?
Yep. What's your deception skill there, Rafael?
Say +5.
All right. They're very, very convincing. Well, we're friendly to adventurers, but not bandits, if that's what you might be. But How about you come in here so we can do a bit of a formal talk?
Sounds convincing enough, I'm guessing.
Doesn't sound like you didn't trip him up. It doesn't sound like you kind of played with the words to make him stumble over his own words. So for you, it seems like he's probably telling the truth. He actually is a guard. And what if you did kind of say it? So we do know that Oleg did ask for actual guards from Restov. This might actually be it.
Mm. Sure, open the gates and we'll come right on in.
One moment!
Believe-
You see him go over his shoulder and say something. And a moment later, you see Amiri actually opening the front gate to Oleg's. And when she does, you see someone standing next to her with a bit of a serious face. This man right there. And as the gate opens up, he does come walking out. As he's doing that, you see Amiri go, "They're the ones I told you about." And then she kind of walks back towards one of the other gatehouses, and you see this man come walking up to all of you, and he's walking with a very, very formality of someone who is experienced in being a. When someone carries himself as a noble does, you can tell. He carries himself in a noblish air. Welcome, friends. Who might you be?
Okay. You all seem trustworthy enough.
I would hope so. Come from Restov. Coming here
So
to guard
do we.
Oleg's.
And I pull out the charlie.
Ah, from Lady Jamandi. Yes, she did give word that a group of her adventurers were heading towards Oleg's. I am assuming you're that specific group. And Miri said as much. I'm Kestin Garrus. It is a pleasure to meet you. I'm here on the order of Restov from the quest that Oleg made for guards. Myself and a few other mercenaries are here with me. And we're here to make sure that Oleg's is now safe. From what I hear, you came just in time.
How do you mean just in time?
Well, we arrived after the bandits would have showed up, and Amiri and Svetlana told me about the ambush you all set for the bandits yesterday.
When did
The
you
ambush
arrive?
that could have gone better than.
Well, you
We
still
did,
stand,
but-
they do not, so I would assume that's a successful ambush. Now, we just arrived this morning.
Good to see you here, and good to meet you.
Good to meet you. Who are we?
Forgive my caution a moment ago. Needed to make sure.
Caution is necessary inside these places. This is Wildlands right now, which is why Aldori is looking to get this place settled. There's many people out in the wilderness right now doing just what you are.
We came back hoping that, well, no bandits had arrived here before us.
No. From what you're saying, I'm guessing that we're expecting possibly these bandits that you took care of, their companions to show up.
Possibility.
Well, with your combined might and ours, I'm pretty sure Oleg's will be fine now. I'm also getting some men to take a look at the catapults on the corners of the fort. See if we get those repaired.
We have a special delivery for Svetlana.
Watch as Svetlana does come out. You're back so soon?
Yes, we found some. Well, we didn't actually find these moon radishes. We found someone who found some moon radishes.
Oh?
Do you know anything about kobolds and their love for moon radishes?
I heard rumor. Some trappers came by here a about a week ago, and they mentioned that they came across some kobolds that were also, I guess, coming back from the south, carrying some moon radishes. I guess it's a bit of a delight they have. I never encountered them when I was out gathering, but I'm glad I never encountered them. I don't know if I'll be able to fight them.
If you ever go out again, be careful. They do seem to like them very much, and when we moved closer to them, they attacked us.
Oh,
So
oh dear. Okay.
generally,
Thank you for the warning. I will make sure that I don't do that.
this basket is also a kobold basket. Have we like looked through it? Like, is the kobold basket different than like what we are
It's not a
accustomed
human
to?
made mask. It's definitely kobold made, so it's a little bit smaller than normal. But it's adequate for construction. I mean, it's nothing spectacular, but
It's just
nothing like bad.
a gruesome
Useful for
sort
carrying
of
things.
souvenir. Yeah, and um, thank you for the tip. I think we'll be able to find those kobolds more easily now.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, please, it's later in the day. Oleg will be happy about this, and I can actually show you. I can prepare enough for everyone here. Please, thank you. And she gets kind of a big smile as she sees that. Oh, wait one moment. And she goes to take the basket if you give it to her.
Of course.
Yeah, she takes the basket. She goes in the house. Oleg, dear, I got something special for you. And she goes a bit of conversation with Oleg. A couple minutes later, she does come back out and go, "All right, I have Oleg start the fire for the hearth, but this is thank you for everything. We feel much better now, not only with what you've done, but also I guess you talked to Keston Garrus here. He's gonna protect our fort now. So just everything is, I guess, getting better now. So thank you." And she hands you a pouch of coin.
Billy is surprised and will have a look inside. Oh,
I'll put it in the
what's
party
this
sheet.
for?
1 second. It is. Let's see. All right, you'll see in the party sheet. I bet some extra gold.
Hey, donkey.
Even more.
And
Thank you,
you're
lady
also
of the
given
house.
a bit of XP. Take it. For the moon radishes.
Could we maybe have a
Time
look
to
over
go
your
to next level.
could we maybe have a look over your shoulder while you're preparing your stew, or is it a family secret?
Um, it is a bit of a family secret. If you,
I
you can,
understand.
I'll definitely sell you some, but I like to keep this a bit of a um, my own recipe.
Yeah, no, we can understand. Just glad to have a warm meal again. Well, Orifia is very capable cook. They
Yes, but
they
I will
did have
take.
a
I would like to taste anything new that I can get my hands on. So if you're offering a meal, I'd
Okay.
be
Well, I'm
glad to
gonna start
partake.
cooking this, so I'll let you know when everything's ready, and to let you know, it's been a day so far, but I know Amiri has been giving Jesk a bit of. She made it completely clear that if he tries anything, she's going to do some rather gruesome manner to him. I didn't really want to listen to, but especially with Keston here, Keston didn't really agree with allowing Jess working here, and even my husband Oleg had a bit of a quite a fit of having this, but he's definitely working hard. I'll give him that.
Do
Don't
you
trust
think
him,
it's
but
yeah?
he's definitely working like this is something meaningful to him.
Do you think, Gilly asks Svetlana, do you think this is the right thing to do?
I heard what that other man that I believe Jathal killed. I heard what he was saying, and I want to say that everyone has a chance of redemption, but I couldn't see that that man would ever want to try for a sense of redemption Jess at least seems like he is taking this new second life that you've given him. By all means, he probably expected to probably die from what was going on here. And I haven't talked to Jess, but I did overhear him saying how he never had a place to work or what he was treated. And it's hard work, but he'll have honest hard work here. And eventually, if I don't want to talk out of hand, but if he does become the good worker, eventually he will get paid. So I guess I feel safe that Keston and his guards are here, so you probably won't try anything. Um, you just have to see how time goes on, what will happen.
Gilly is a bit thoughtful and says, "Thank you for sharing your thoughts." And like later in the day, at some point, Gilly will want to talk with Keston about it, because like if we are not all on the same page, this is not going to work.
Yeah. All right. So while everything's here, what does everyone want to do while I get this moon radish stew set up?
I think we should talk with the guards that arrived today, or at least talk with the commander, I believe, about it. Find out if they know more information about the surrounding land.
You talking to Keston or one of the guards?
I think to their commander at least.
All right. Keston, as the night's going on, he does kind of become approachable of you. He does just mention that he hasn't been out in this area and has just recently arrived in this part of Brevois, so he's not quite sure. Just that he took on this job immediately when it became available.
We can fill him in on what we know about the bandits if Oleg hasn't done so already.
He knows.
Or Amiri.
Secondhand from Amiri, from Jathal, and even a little bit from Jess about the Stag Lord, about the other so-called what he belonged to, the Thorn River Bandits, and that's about much. I mean, it just seemed that when it comes to information-wise, Kestel is really out of, I don't want to say out of element, but he's very, very new to this area. In fact, as you're talking to Kestel, he seems to be almost amateur when it comes to this aspect of his life. He definitely, as mentioned, carries himself as a noble, but he doesn't quite seem as a knight as it is. There's something a little bit at odds going on with him in particular.
I'd like to know by his judgment how long it might take to repair the catapults, I think.
It's going to take about 2.5 weeks from what material we need to bring in here. I've just sent some orders to Restov, get some mechanisms.
Decent amount of time. How many have you got with you?
How many soldiers or how many?
Soldiers.
I just got myself and three guards. Should be adequate to defend Oleg's. I myself am mostly well trained compared to my guards here, and we should be able to handle any rabble, any bandit that comes up. Especially if I'm able to judge Jesk by how he is, we should be fine. I do believe your companions, Amiri and Jathar, are looking to get out of here as well. There doesn't quite seem to be their particular stop.
If the bandits come, we should be able to outnumber them.
Well, if the ones you
Just
killed don't report back to their leader, I guess it's a woman. She will either take that as Oleg fighting back and will probably come back here to maybe burn down Oleg's. Or might think that as bandits are, they might have found a better job, might have been killed on the way by other people, or just went someplace that paid more.
If possible, I'd assume they'd be here today if she does send anyone.
What we know, their numbers are, I think, a dozen, maybe more, maybe 2,000, all in all, in the Thorn River Bandits. But there is a much deeper structure to those bandits.
Well, she works for, I believe, the Stag Lord, they call.
Yes.
From what Jessica said, there should only be about a half dozen now. You killed the other half.
In the camp itself, yes, but we don't know how many of them are in the fort that's near the lake.
Yeah, hopefully, though, I don't think they'll go to Oleg, if I understood that right. We like the Thorn River Bandits they are a subgroup.
They're the ones that are
Almost.
taking care of the northern part of the Stolen Lands, from what we understand.
Yeah, Keston, I didn't quite get it. Who sent you? Was it Lady Aldori?
No, she didn't send me. I took on this job more of my own desire. And if
Okay.
everyone wants, everyone can go ahead and give me, if they have it as trained, a society roll. If it's trained.
That's society roll. Don't have it.
There you go.
Rafui, you're not sure. Something about this guy.
I'm still stupefied.
You can remove
apparently.
that.
Okay.
Or what's really great is as you're smelling the aroma from the moon radish soup coming from Svetlana's kitchen, you actually feel your mind become a little more clear, a little less sluggish. And any remnants of that super fight immediately goes away.
We just had a concussion for an entire day.
Well, hot damn.
Wow! Those moon radishes are good!
Yeah.
We need that recipe.
Right? Gotta reverse engineer it.
Yeah. Right.
All right,
There.
so you know exactly what this is. You've actually overheard this, Robin. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna give you this information real quick.
My kitsune ears are amazing.
Yeah, they twitch a little.
All right, there you go. This is for you to give out if you so want.
Ooh.
So you see, as you're talking to
Still,
Keston, Keston's just, I'm just here to make a name for myself now. That's all I'm looking to do.
I think Gilly would use this moment of silence to take Keston by the side and ask him, Keston, Are you a religious man? Do you believe in any of the deities of this wonderful world?
Not particularly.
Oh,
Never really had the arts for going to the church. A little too busy in my childhood.
I can totally understand that. But do you believe in any sort of second chance?
Yes.
Have, have you maybe had a second chance in your life? And Gilly is going into a sort of preacher mode.
You are you talking about Jesk?
You are a very observant man.
Not too often I see adventurers try to give a second chance to a bandit that actively attacked them. Can't say I would have done the same thing, but it's a noble thing if I had to say about it. If we were that we're going to stab Justin in the back and take him in, we'll watch over him. I do believe Amiri was doing the same thing. He is scared to death of that woman.
It's not only that, it's also about being scared to death, because I don't think it's a life worth living to be scared to death all the time. It might be a good thing for the first week. I don't know. But I think at some point, if we don't like really give someone a chance, it will just end it. And it might have been a mercy to just you know end it earlier. So
he is working himself to near death. Um, and
yeah,
I will say he's had an opportunity in this day to run away if he really wanted to. Now he might be scared that Amiri is going to chase him down and stab him with her sword, which probably is going to happen if he does that. But he's working in a way to. I think he's taking what you've done to heart and is genuinely trying to change himself. Now, only time's going to tell if that's true or not, but if I had to guess, you had an impact on him.
good. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your honest opinion. And Gilly then asked, "Do you know of Caden Kayleen? Have you ever heard of him? He's a very sort of not go to
Of course,
church
everyone's
type.
heard of Kate
Yeah.
Killian, yes.
Just when next you drink, just think about him. Just that's all I ask." And then Gilly just goes away and maybe winks at him shortly. Yeah, all right, okay.
After a little bit, you see as Svetlana, okay, everyone, food's ready. Get it while it's hot. And you watch as Svetlana does come out and starts handing outside. It's a nice weather on the tables. She's telling everyone to come up to the tables, and she's handing out. Even Jess goes at the far table here, and immediately Jathal sits right here, and Amiri sits very, very close on the other side. Make sure that nothing happens. Oleg comes over here, and she does hand out a bit of that food, which I will put in the party donkey. Let me get a picture for it real quick. Oh, what is this?
Also remove the basket of moon radishes from our inventory.
Yep.
That's all right.
Yeah, do that. All right, and I'll put this in here. There's going to be 4 of these, or actually I'll say 5.
Moon radish soup.
Oh, okay, 4. Yeah, 5. 4. 1 for everyone, including the companions. Oh, and the level is actually level 2. There you go.
That is
While we're eating the soup, I start talking with the party and tell them that while I was in Rostov, I've heard about a noble that got exiled from nobility because he had an affair with someone with a woman, a weaver's daughter, and that he at least fled away from his family and took up arms in Rostov as a mercenary. So probably it's this guy that they were talking about.
You keep your voice down when telling us this, or
Think they're sitting at the other table.
Yeah.
Yeah, I speak silently enough that they don't hear it, at least.
Oh, that's good gossip. Oh, interesting. So he's okay. Huh. That poor man. We're always like thrall to any sort of, be it the bandit or the noble family. Just some people just can't catch a break and live their life. This soup is good.
Hello, solemnly, I'm just gonna enjoy the soup.
Mm.
Alright, so we're gonna be immune to the stupefied condition for 24 hours, is it?
That you
Your
are.
intelligence is going up with 6.
That's it? Well,
No.
that would be nice.
But as it's getting nearer towards dusk, everyone's enjoying the food. Jesk is just keeping very, very quiet. Amir, Jathal are keeping an eye on him completely. The guards are taking the surroundings. You watch as Keston is just keeping a bit quiet, thinking. You see that they just set up their own little site to the south of the stables. You can see a couple tents set up where Keston is keeping his own belongings and whatnot. And at this point, you do suspect that Oleg is sufficiently guarded against pretty much any type of um, reply from the Storm River Bandits that Jess did belong to. You did kill their second in command, and if their leader does come up, you think you'll be okay. And for the first time, you see that Oleg is kind of just happy. He's holding Svetlana's hand, still missing, unfortunately, the ring that was taken. But you can tell in Oleg, you see an actual genuine smile as he's seeing people here. He's seeing people that can keep this place safe. And now this dream that he had at one point that was almost kind of crushed by these bandits has been lifted. And Oleg has now a sense that he can actually continue and actually have a prosperous business, a trading post that's now actually going to be able to supply and trade legitimately and not have to worry about bandits stealing from him. And as he does take all your bowls from you, he goes, thank you for what you've done." And he just seems genuinely happy now as he does take your bowls. He does exchange it for water, drink, or breads or whatnot after Savannah did give you. So just come up. So I can. These are free on the house, but these do cost a bit for me to make. So any future ones you would like, I'm probably gonna charge you a little bit cheaper, but they're not gonna be free for these ones. But for tonight, enjoy what you've had.
We, we appreciate it. Thank you. We also understand that you're running a business, and I think later, after the meal, we can show Oleg some of the wares we brought back. Right?
Oleg was actually he's been. I told him to wait until after we're done with dinner before he talks to you, but he's eager to look at your horses and what you brought in. We can see some of the belongings. You've definitely found smart people out there, haven't you? Or things? I guess the kobolds just seem small things I see.
And Gilly is a bit like, yes, we someone met us, but it's more of the same. More
Okay.
of the same meeting you have in these parts.
Okay. Okay. Now I'm gonna say it's a good time to do a actual interlude. You made me do one. I'm gonna have you all do one now. So I think the only one we haven't done yet. So I believe everyone except for Robin and for Riffil, but Riffil is going to be in here long. So I'm actually gonna have you go last, probably next week, there, Rabbit. But I want to, if you're wanting to do it, are you accepting to do a interlude here, Andrew?
Not picking me up. Yeah, yeah.
All right, Andrew, do me a favor. Go ahead and roll me a D4. As all you at the table, you're all going to do a bit of story. This is going to be an actual backstory. I do know that Gilly and Annie did one before Annie stepped out, so I want you to do one next. So, for you, I want you to go ahead and give a tale. There, Andrew, or in, I would say, Arifil's own way, a tale. And we're going to do the same thing. This is going to be a bit of a backstory to a victory, or a personal triumph, or a personal victory that Arifil has done in the past,
Personal victory.
or triumph.
First developed a taste for well, tasting foods and cooking when I was, I think, back in Numeria. Yeah, a lot of different tastes that you can get there. A lot of different things to work with. I learned some alchemy and just experimenting with things. Best potion, which you call it potion elixir that I ever managed to make had a bit of an odd taste to it. I used some of the Numerian fluids and other oils that I could find about. And I drank it just on a whim. Didn't notice any effects at first, but late in the afternoon I had been. Well, I encountered a group of bandits, which I was honestly trying to avoid a lot at the time. I was alone at that point. Only Laras by my side. As Amiri pointed out the other day, I have a bit of a tendency to be deceptive, simply put. I don't think it was my best work on deception, but I don't know. The words flowed out of my mouth like honey. They believed everything I said. It was. I felt such a sense of relief from it. It's much as I hate it, I did get them to escort me out of Numeria for that brief period of time, as they were convinced I could be one of them. So I believe I discovered how to make a silver tongue elixir back then.
Did you? Were you able to?
I think that's what I made, yes. I can certainly try to replicate the recipe. I remember it off by heart. I would just need some alchemist supplies, though. I can't do it with everyday herbs.
The way you say it, it sounds like you did it once and not since.
I don't have alchemist supplies on me.
Oh. Oh yeah, okay, I can understand that.
I learned alchemy through what little I could find there. And further experimentation out in the wilds, I've learned how to make a few elixirs purely through using herbs. Like, I pull out a elixir that I made this morning.
You do know your way around the outside.
This should provide a little healing, I think.
Oh. And Gilly is like, damn.
Minor elixir of life. I don't think it'll last for long though. Probably just for today. And I pass Ravit and Gilly both one. I would say Grolf as well, but in player wise, he's not here. But yeah, elixirs of life that will last for the next 24 hours, and or until the next daily preparations.
Thank you.
So I'm just gonna put those in the party donkey, and then you two can fetch it out.
What?
So that seems like the simplest thing.
You sold it. You sold it well. Orifil. Does sound like something. And like you convinced the bandits to just leave you be?
And I put it in the party donkey. I don't know if I can. Yeah, essentially. Tried my best at lying to them, and they worked. If it hadn't, I wouldn't. I don't think I'd have my head currently.
That sounds like a much nicer way of solving a problem than we had to.
More so getting away from a problem.
Yeah.
They're still out there, but I got away from them. Simply put.
I think sometimes getting away from a problem is just the right thing.
With any luck, they won't be anywhere near here. They were roving the area at the time, so.
There are probably enough bandits here already, so.
Hopefully we can do something about that. That's not just dissuading them.
Yeah.
That's my tale.
Thank you, Arifil. Arifil, go ahead and take a hero point. This will be carried over to the next session.
Anyway, I don't know if I can drag them into the party donkey.
There are already 2 minor potions of healing in the party donkey, so just add them up to their...
Elixirs of life, actually. Minor.
Different. A little bit different. These are actually non-magical. The only potions are magical.
Mm-hmm. Non-magical, and they last for just a day. Maybe that's why it doesn't let me drag them out of my character sheet.
Possibly. Let's see. Where are the elixirs at?
So it's in the crafting section.
Let's see. Yeah, it's not letting me. That's interesting. I wonder if that's a bug or not.
Wait, it's,
No, I'll put it in. Yeah, it looks like it's not doing it even for me. So, elixir of life.
Oh, no, figured it out. I'll drag some in. Drag 2 in there. And you guys can drag it into your inventories.
It does show that's temporary, so
There you
keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Awesome.
We'll take one. Thank you, Orifia. I can also share something if you would like. And Gilly takes out one of the bottles she carries with her. I mostly use it as a implement for my prayers and so on, but I think this is the finest place for a prayer. Time after a wonderful meal with wonderful people, and just puts down a bottle of alcohol for everyone to partake in if they want. No stress. Still, Gilly will be giving everyone, and it feels a bit like a religious thing for her, and she tries not to do it too much, but it's maybe a bit weird. Like,
I'll share in the drink.
thank you, thank you. Blessed be the accidental god. Remove alcohol. Ooh, it's getting dark.
Getting towards that time.
It is getting dark. Ooh.
You can see the shadow horses in the west.
What about you, Robin? Or not Robin. Rabbit, what are you doing? As these tales are being told, as food's being had.
I'm just sitting there enjoying my free time and just listening to the stories that are being told.
All right. You hear a bit of commotion through the table, and you look over, and you see that Amiri is arm wrestling one of the guards, one of the mercenaries. And it's very quickly that she's just kind of playing along, and she's pretending that she's losing to this guy. And then at one moment, she's, all right, we're done. And just, bam, just kind of knocks him off the chair into the ground. A bit of cheering from the guards. You see a couple guards actually, not guards, the mercenaries. They pass a couple coin back and forth. Cassie's just kind of watching, standing, holding the bowl of soup from Svetlana. And Jathel's kind of just watching Jess. And eventually, Amiri just kind of jokingly starts eating her food, starts staring at Jess. Jess is just slowly eating the food. You notice that he actually has the food done, and he's just kind of sitting there with his hands in his lap, and kind of like being just waiting to see how things progress. But the night's going on, and I would say before we move on, we can do a bit of, if you want to, a smaller camp activity. Obviously, we don't need to make camp at all, but we can do some other stuff like if you want to try to continue learning from Lindsay if you want to, or some other activity. Or in this case, it may be a good time to maybe speak to Mary or Jathal. If you did notice from the actual landing, bring it back here real quick. Notice that Miri and Jathal actually aren't allies yet. They're just friendly to you. So if you want to, you can talk to them to maybe persuade them to learn a little more about them and build more of a relationship with them if you so want. Or we can just move on to the next day. Up to you how you want to do this.
I'd like to do two things. On the one hand, I think Gilly wants to get in on the arm wrestling action. And the other part is like how Jess was feeling. I think Gilly feels a bit responsible for his well-being in some sort of way. So I think one or both of these things is something Gilly would like to do. Like with Jess also in regards to Jathal. How they are getting along and how that dynamic is going, because it feels like she's like a Damocles sword hanging over his life. Like she's the murderer of his former boss, and I don't know if her like cold demeanor is always hits the right note. Say it like that, but like.
So what's the first one you want to do? How do you approach this in Gilly's own way? In Gilly's way.
I think Gilly will take the moment. If people are still arm wrestling, she will look and maybe talk with the guards like, oh, so how often have you lost so far?
I've only done this 2 times, but that woman is strong. See, Mary. Yeah, I am. Just because men think they can beat a woman so easy, they haven't got against me. And you see the two men kind of laugh. They're doing best with each other. Who can win? And so far, the 2 guards have lost. And Mary looks at the other guard. You want to try? No, I'm okay. I already know I'm going to lose against you. And you see Kessel kind of break a bit of a smile. And also says, I'm okay. And Mary looks at him. She's like, suit yourself. And she just kind of sits back and starts consuming more of her food.
Anyone think they can beat a halfling?
You're looking for a
Pretty
challenge?
sure roll fear.
And Mary looks back at you, Gilly. You
Yeah.
showed something before. I'm moving my chair when we're all sitting down inside that little manor for Jamandi. You think you can keep up with me?
I think we have to try, or else we'll never know. Gilly takes.
All right, get out of the way. And she kind of moves. Actually, she'll come over there. She'll come over. And she will walk behind you, Rabbit, and kind of just get out of the way. She's like typing on the shoulder, Rabbit. Sits down. All right, let's do this then. And she goes out, puts that arm down. You see the arm, well muscled, well scarred from numerous battles she's been in. The definition, the muscles on it. She's strong, and she puts out that hand to get grasped by yours, Gilly.
Yeah. So I think Gilly is nervous because, like, she cannot really. She does feel inadequate compared to Amiri, and in terms of she's been struggling her whole life with the height difference, and like Amiri is like, oh, look at this sword, it's like 3 times your size, Gilly. So Gilly will definitely use any sort of still fair, but she will want to use athletic rush just at the beginning and end it as quickly as possible. Just like get that
Gilly, go ahead and give me a will saving throw. We're looking at your DC at level 2. What is that? I believe that is. What's the level base DC?
All right, whatever it is, here it goes. I don't think
That's a failure.
that's
So
it.
I'm gonna give you feared 1 because you're a little nervous. Not
Giving
feeble.
a champion of enfeebled even. Oh, okay.
Not that. So
Like
you're a little
saving
frightened
throws,
here
but
going against Amiri. So you do athletic rush, you get ready, but you get maybe a little bit of sweat on your brow. So do you go and you clasp hands with her?
Yeah.
All right. All of you can see, everyone's kind of watching. Even Justin's watching. Some of the guards are like, okay. You see guards start to bet money who's gonna win. They're betting on Amiri. They're betting against you, Gilly. And you watch. You see as Gilly's hand comes up, it's definitely smaller than Amiri's. We got a halfling. We got a human barbarian against a halfling champion. So you can definitely see the size difference. And then let's go ahead and do this.
I
So,
think Gilly is going
How much
to.
money are the guards betting?
There've been a couple silver, 1 or 2 silver.
Could I
I'm gonna bet
pass?
1 gold on Gilly.
Could I pass a silver to Lindsay so she bets on my behalf?
Oh, okay,
Like-
okay. And everyone's kind of getting around watching.
Like surreptitiously, you know, like maybe if Lindsay interprets it in a wrong way, she will bet a silver on Amiri.
no, she's friends with you, so she'll don't get the action. So she'll bet 2 silver.
I'm
Okay.
gonna bet 1 gold on Gilly. See if that like steers anyone else up to like bet more.
No, they can't really afford it, but they're betting silver on Amiri to win.
All right.
What about you, Rabbit?
I'm betting 2 gold on the table breaking.
All right. Okay. All right. So we're gonna do
I
this.
like your neutral stance.
We're gonna do a combined best of 3. So first the athletics roll. Go ahead and arms together. They're straight up, or they're straight up vertical. Go ahead and give me that athletics roll there. I'm actually she's level 2 as well. All right.
Yeah, I think the athletic rush it quickly dissipates while.
We'll count it as a +2, but the -1. So give me the roll and we'll count for it.
Okay, so all right, I'll put in a circumstance bonus +2 of
All right.
the rush.
So she can start off. She can start off with this. She comes in and she comes in a bit small. She's seen your strength first. Ooh. All right. So.
Ooh.
All right, so immediately this is a critical success. So she comes in and she's surprised as Gilly. You just go in all strength, and her arm goes down. Surprised, like her face goes from a very very joyous, casual, nice to serious very quickly. So you got 2 successes out of needing 1 more success. Her hand comes down far, and she's all right, and she now puts in her strength into this. All right, let's go in
How's the
and
table looking?
let's see. As now everyone started to cheer, you hear the cheering. People are going, "What? Wow!" And people are like, "She's gonna lose," as they're talking about Amiri. All right, so if you succeed on this one, you actually win this. Gives you the critical success there. You got Gilly. All right, athletics roll. Let's do it.
You don't think Gilly would be like, "Oh, I got this. Let's put that frightened away," or you think that Gilly?
Yeah,
is
1 round.
still
So frightened's gone now. 1 round's frightened's gone.
Okay,
You definitely got this right now.
All right, so I will
Then he
roll.
rolls a natural 1.
And then again, we've
Oh
seen
my
this
God.
already. Let's try.
Don't even.
All right, you roll first, then I'll roll.
Okay.
All right, let's
Yes,
see.
you
You're rolling
good?
good. You're rolling good. Let's see. Let's see if Amiri can do this. Something. I don't know what it is. What is, mate? What is? But as is, with the nice roll. So you're going, and then her arm goes down. I did not expect that. All right.
And Gilly just gives her the alcohol. He said, "Good hustle."
You see, that's what it takes. Another woman could do this. You men are just 2 weeks so far. And she starts laughing. She takes a mug, starts drinking it. She gets up and just starts laughing as she kind of walks off to take care of some business, probably. And you see some guards like, "Come on, really? She had to be making a play. That's wrong." As they're heading gold away, go ahead and take 1 extra gold back their refill. And the table, unfortunately, did not break, so they just give the gold back to you. Nothing extra to you, Rabbit. But you're going to make 1 extra gold from this refill. And as well as 2 silver. What did you bet, Gilly? To Lindsay?
Silver just.
So
Just one silver.
So take 2 silver back.
All right. Also, like, if any of them want to take me on, because they sounded incredulous.
Now, real quick, I'm counting this as actual influence on Amiri. Go give me another athletics roll.
Oh, now
and
here
it's
comes
used.
the natural one. Let's go.
Really?
Come on.
You've got to be.
At least I called it. That has to.
That.
Oh,
Gilly stands up, stumbles, face plants. Just.
it's the alcohol.
Okay,
It's
you know what?
And she says, "Oh, blessed be the."
You actually did the check. I'm gonna say you did an athletics check against her. I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna use that as the actual result. So I'm actually gonna upgrade. I'm gonna give it
Still-
normal success on
Still,
Amiri
like,
to go to the fourth one.
I like the idea of stumbling after that and Gilly trying to spin this as like, you know, when Caden Kalian did the Starstone trial, I don't think he was really walking straight. So it's fine. It's fine. And she just face planted in the mud, stands back up again, and is very happy to have beaten Amiri at least once.
So what this is going to do, you have acquired the 4th influence with Amiri, which means now she's tiny.
Tiny, like a halfling. Wonderful.
There you go.
Well,
So for now on, if you want to, you can take Amiri along with you on your adventures. She is now helpful to you. All right. Well, while as that was happening with essentially an influence check with Amiri and Gilly, Rabbit and Arifil, do you two want to do anything when it comes to kind of like the camping activities involved in this situation here?
Camping activities, right?
Once that makes sense in this situation, you're in camp already, so you don't need to do like camping or stealthing or anything like that. But you can do,
Yeah.
I would say cooking's already done because Svetlana did that. If you want to hunt and gather, if you want to learn from a companion, you actually can. I won't say you can't learn from Amiri yet until you actually camp with her, but you can still, if you want to, Rabbit, you can try to learn from Lindsay if you wanted to, or relax.
Can I scout out the surrounding area?
For what purpose?
Just to see if there are any landmarks nearby, or
Landmarks? The only landmarks that are nearby would probably be the river. But that probably was something you would do probably in the daytime. It'd probably take quite a number of hours.
okay.
This is an actual camping activity I'm noticing, or is it a camping activity? Yeah, that's probably something we'll probably do in the daytime. Did you try? Do you want to try to learn from Lindsay again, since you failed last time?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Can I provide aid for Rabbit?
Sure, I'll allow this. So as
Wingman.
you three get together,
Yeah.
Lindsay's
Wing
just
person.
talking about how like things she's doing. So how do you help out Rabbit learn how to be happy, more happy than normal? You have to learn Rabbit to be really happy to bolster everyone's confidence. How do you help out Rabbit do that?
I think doing this kind of thing is all about the mindset. And
That
for
is
some
true.
people, maybe getting into that mindset is like an initial step that needs to be taken. So I want to encourage Rabbit to think about any happy memories, as they tend to be a pretty good, easy way to get into like a positive mindset.
What's good thinking about using, Andrew? Diplomacy? We have another one in mind.
Diplomacy, probably.
Go for it.
It makes the most sense.
I would say.
I may not be great at it, but it makes the most sense.
Can we do it? I'll make the DC 18. You're in a bit of an easier place. You kind of know each other a little bit. I'll make the DC a little bit lower.
No.
Well, not too persuasive. You kind of get it, but we'll see how well you do there,
Knew that silver tongue looks.
Robin.
It's the aftertaste of that silver tongue elixir. It tasted so strangely back then.
Give me a perception check there, Rabbit. Can you learn Lindsay's bolster confidence?
Let's hope so.
It's hard right now. You're trying to change the mindset. You're not quite getting it yet. It does take 2 hours though. All right. What's everyone thinking? Do you want to continue doing this, or do you want to bow out for the night? Or do you want to talk to Jesk and Jathel?
I kind of want to try to use, like, go from a religious angle to Jathel, but like if anyone else wants to do that, it's fine too. I don't want to hog the spotlight. Like in that sense. In this evening, I just want to talk to Jesk at least once. So if you guys want to do anything, you can do it. I'm fine with anything.
I'm
I
just
wouldn't
going
mind.
to relax, so
I'll try to talk to Jathel. See if I can influence it.
Okay.
And I like or I maybe this next 2 hour activity I'll just use for talking with Jesk.
Okay.
So
You know what? I'll do this. I'll make Jesk, because naturally it's happening that naturally. I'll turn Jesk into a potential, maybe not companion, but an influence thing like we did initially with the start of the game. I might have Jesk turn this way as well,
okay.
or maybe he'll turn into an NPC. Who knows? Or a companion. Who knows? Like really redeemed, like an actual like full-on redemption arc to actual like adventure companion.
Gilly can save him. I can change him.
We'll see how far. All right. Well, in that case, if you want to talk to Jathel, Raphael, go for it.
It's gonna be a weird fucking angle to try and influence Jathel, but here I go.
Well, what do you know about Jathel so far?
she killed someone.
She was killed probably because she's undead, right?
I don't
anybody
know
can play.
what checks would be good for Jathel.
I can't remember if anyone's ever done a discovery on her.
I don't think we've done discovery on here, but there's something specific that I want to do, more so for like roleplay to a degree.
We're working it.
So I'm just gonna go for influence instead. So I do go up to Jathel.
You saw that she's staring at Jesk.
You alright there?
I'm okay. I'm just making sure that this one here will always be okay.
Ever dutiful.
Well, he
Hey.
was a bandit. Still is to my eyes. I'm making sure that he does nothing to make his little change of heart to be temporary. You're giving him a chance, and I will reside to make sure that chance remains complete and true. You see it, Jess kind of speaks up. I told you I'm not going to try anything. I've been given a second chance, a bit of work, honest work. Truthfully, might not be as easy as robbing someone, but the outcome doesn't have a chance of death. I could have easily been killed here by any of you. You've already killed the second in command with your scythe. I'm not going to take that opportunity to stab anyone here in the back. If I got to break my back to earn a bit of forgiveness, then so be it. I'll do it here.
Sorry to distract you from your dutiful watch, but I don't think I could maybe borrow you for a minute, Jayful.
And like maybe for a reason that's okay, I think Illy will join them, and like I'll have a watchful eye on Jesk.
With Keston and the three guards, he ain't doing nothing. So you're actually fine with that. And she realized that too. That there's three guards at this table. She'll get up. As she gets up, you see that she's a little bit nervous. You can tell.
Taking her aside for a moment.
Where are you going, by the way? Where are you taking
Um,
her?
Doesn't have to be far. Just I want it to be further from the guards, just a little away from prying ears.
Okay.
You're someone very capable to have about, and back at the manor, you were in a bit of trouble, and I wasn't able to help you back there. I've patched a lot of people up in the past, but I don't have the best experience with someone with your circumstances, shall we say.
Not many try to get to know my circumstance. Most see my condition and try to put a sword through me.
I don't feel that that's right. And I feel that, if anything, if I'm ever in a situation where I see you in harm again, I think I'd like to help. You've certainly lended us a hand multiple times, time and time again, really. So I wanted to get to know a bit more about your condition and knowing if I can improve my own skills and if I can, when the need arises, if I can patch you up. Also, I asked you to step away. Sorry if that made you uncomfortable. I figured
No.
prying ears would not.
No, not at all. What skill do you want to use before I do the reply?
If she agrees to it, I'd like to use medicine potentially, if that's an option.
Interesting. Absolutely. Any skill allowed. Just the DC would be lower or higher based on what you're doing. In this situation, what you're saying, you can definitely try and give me the roll.
That's my roll.
You see, as you're talking to her, she gets a little more relaxed. As you can inspect me if that's what you're wanting to do. It's honestly probably the first time everyone's ever tried to find a way to help me. Most people that inadvertently try to heal me hurt me, and then realizing what I am, they've one moment trying to help me, second moment trying to attack me. It's honestly refreshing not having that be the case with you and your friends.
I understand their point of view and where they might come from, but I've been around you long enough. You're not mindless. You're still a person, and I think that should be respected.
Most people see undead, their first thought is mindless monster. They're
Right. But
somewhat.
you're not. You even have a sense of duty that you keep showcasing time and time again. Just because your physiology is different, I don't think your psyche will be that different.
I'm
Hence
not-
why I'd like to know more about your physiology to just so that I can help you.
Normal magic can't heal me. Normal positive magic that you would use
Right.
will not work on me, but other spells that restore a body and not heal a body um, does work on me. I do know Lindsay's some of her occult magics that bards can do that can restore my body, as well as normal patching up using your knowledge of closing wounds will also still work on me, but any positive magic will harm me as
Right.
it would any undead.
So I want to take this an angle of not using any magic at all and just I take out my medicine kit and just knowing what I can do for you.
Thank you. Do I know I'm different than a Mary, Lindsay, even the others at the dinner in Jamani's manor. My morals are different than yours. I've I've done some bad things in my past. Things I believe are
Think
necessary to do.
I think all of us have a little bit of baggage here and there. You've already seen Amiri certainly does not approve of my more duplicitous nature. And I won't claim to have done anything as bad as what you might have done. But I think what matters is what we are now, probably.
That is a refreshing look to have on life, or in my case, on life.
Whatever situation you may find yourself in.
Thank you, Raphael. And she silently lets you inspect her body and just see that, yeah, her skin is cold. She doesn't breathe. She's clearly undead. Um, but eventually you get what you want, and she does kind of go back to the table.
Cool. Next level up, I'm taking Stitch Flesh.
That does improve her influence by 1 point.
Nice.
Still has to go up. You haven't hit the threshold yet. But as the night does come to a close, it's a joyous atmosphere.
Gilly wanted to interact with Jess, right?
Yeah,
Kelly?
In the meantime.
maybe squeeze myself between Jessica and Jathel for a second because
I think it would be during the time that I was
yeah,
with you.
exactly. Like Jathel comes back and there's a Gilly sitting there
Okay.
talking to Jessica.
So maybe this happened while Jay was talking with Reveal.
Yeah. All right. So this is how I imagine it. Maybe not in these words, but like, hey, buddy, how are you feeling? How how are you? What's
You
going?
don't need to talk to me like I'm a child.
Like, yeah,
I know what's going on. I'm being watched because of what I've done.
look, it's I I have to say I have no idea what I'm doing. But well, I have no idea how I'm doing it to be more precise. I have I have an idea of what I'm doing and I think it's the right thing. And a lot of some people don't see it that way and I think they're wrong. I think they are a bit misguided and I just think that you really I think you need the time and it will get better and even I think even that old grump Oleg will find it in his heart to see you as the human being that you are.
That I don't think is ever going to happen. But
Look, everything is possible with the power of, and she takes up the drink again, like the alcohol. I don't know. Everyone here has heard of
no,
Kate and Kayleen.
I went down this road because of drink, and that's one
Oh,
thing I'll never go back to ever again. If I'm going to do what you've given me a chance to do, that's one of the things I have to give up. I've done, I've had thoughts that are terrible because of drink, and a lot of the people here will put me to the sword in the blink of an eye. And I'll be honest with you, I've had the opportunity and I've thought about running from this place. This is not easy work. I knew it wouldn't be easy work, and truthfully, sticking a sword to some farmer's neck and getting the gold within a couple seconds is much easier than this, but that also has a chance of me being stabbed in the back by that very farmer or by the likes of you. I don't know how I'm going to be in the future. I honestly don't know how I'm going to be in the future, but right now, this is honestly a little refreshing.
I I can totally understand that, and I do not want to be any sort of temptation. So you being honest with me is very, I think, noble. And
We can we can cheer to drink. But I'll just use this water, and he holds up the just a tankard of water.
yeah, and like what Gilly will try to tell him is that the drunken god does not like believe in drinking to excess or anything like that, and that's it's very important to be more jovial, and the drinking comes after that. So she does not care if he doesn't want to drink. It's she cares more that he has limits, and he does not want to be like he's his own person and enjoys the not really the freedom he has now in this sense, but the freedom he has in the sense of being able to forge a path that is not dependent on yeah, just taking from others. And she asks him now, if if I would give you something, would you take it? Would that be all right? Because with Amiri, I had a bit of luck, and I want to share it with you. And she takes out of her current purse one of the silver pieces, or the silver piece she won from the guards, and said, "Look, I think I had a bit of luck arm wrestling Amiri there twice in a row. And I think like this part I can share with you for when your luck turns and you feel more welcomed here. So maybe take it and keep it for later. And please do not do not make any of us regret this, especially yourself." And yeah, just Gilly is just it's a bit too much for her
Give me a
to like.
diplomacy roll.
All right. So because religion didn't work, diplomacy is fine
Roll
too.
one.
You can use religion if you want to. Either one will work. I'll choose religion.
No, I think it is actually more religion.
Go
Like
for it. I'll
that.
choose. Go for it.
Yes. It's not a
He'll,
lot.
he'll take the
Thank
coin.
God.
Thank you. Have you ever told him your name?
I'm
He's
Gilly,
never
by
asked.
the way.
Thank you, Gilly. I'm not sure if you know already. I probably told some other ones, but my name is Jesk.
Yeah, you told us when Grolf was shaking you like a bad
It
puppy.
wasn't really thick.
Yeah, I can understand that. That man, his forearms would probably like shake my eyeballs out.
Thank you, Gilly. And he'll take the coin and he'll put it in a pocket he has on his chest.
And if anyone treats you wrong, tell it to me. We'll talk in a few days, probably, when I
That
get back
is
again.
what I'll take for my redemption. That is what I'll take. I'll take it in stride.
Yeah, but if they're unfair to you, just be sure that you're not alone.
Okay. Thank you, Gilly.
She pats him on the back.
That will give Jess 1 influence point. And I think as night winds down to the morning, we'll end the game there.
I really enjoy the camping and the role play between the characters. It's so much fun.
So good.
And I really enjoyed rolling 2 ones.
That one came at the ridiculous time.
It happens.
You even called it.
It happens.
Yeah.
All right, me end the stream here.